chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in New York. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
Welcome to the biggest chess and freestyle chess tournament in the world. Everything is ready. Let the tournament begin.
Hello everybody and welcome to this very special edition of the Grenke Chess Festival here in Karlsruhe, Germany. It's a very special edition this year because we are going to witness not only the Grenke Open but also the Freestyle Chess Open, a beautiful little blend of two tournaments, two fantastic brands by now. And we're going to go a lot more into how it's all going to work in just a second. I'm delighted to be in the booth once again with my good friend, my old sparring partner, Mr. Grandmaster Peter Lecko.
Hi, Lorenz.
It's beautiful to be here again with you. It feels like it's been a while, but maybe it hasn't been that long. I don't know. It probably has been a while.
It's been quite some time, and I think we debuted together in 2017 here at the Grenke tournament.
2007. That's nearly 10 years ago. I probably had hair back then. Anyway, here we are again. And this year, as I said, is very special. Basically, we have got all the top names on the planet here, barring a few minor exceptions. Grandmaster, world champion Gukesh is not here. Neither is Hikari Nakamura, but the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, we've got Jan Nepomniachtchi, and the list goes on and on. Basically, some of the best players in the world are here right now in Karlsruhe, about to play this wonderful tournament. And as I said, we've got, it's a bit special this year. In previous editions that myself and Peter have commented, we've had the Grenke Open, which has been actually a stepping stone for some of the greatest young talents in the world. And I was remarking to Peter just before that Vincent Keimer, the German #1, made his name here in 2018.
Exactly.
When he won the Grenke Open, and then he played the main event, and since then it's been an upwards trajectory and he's not looked back. But this year you can see a picture of the playing hall here. We've got over 3,000 participants breaking all records for European chess tournaments. This is the hub of chess at the moment in Europe. And you can see the hall there bustling, listening to Sven Noppers, the organizer, and the sponsors talking about this tournament. And we are actually awaiting the pairings as well, so we can tell you exactly what's going on. Now, rather than let me tell you what's going on, we've got a very special video with none other than Fiona, who you just saw before we came live, who is going to break down the format of this tournament so you all know what's going on and what they're playing for. So let's check out that video with Fiona right away.
We have a new and exciting format this year with two major tournaments, the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open and the Grenke Chess Open. Both events are divided into 3 rating groups and played as a 9-round Swiss. The time control for all tournaments is 90 minutes for the entire game, with a 30-second increment for move 1. In addition, A special feature allows all participants from the Classical Opens to switch to the Freestyle Open until the end of round 5, a unique concept.
So there you have it, 3 different rating sections, but the special feature of this tournament this year is that you can actually change from the classical chess portion of the tournament and switch to the freestyle, aka Fischer Random Chess 960 part, before round 5. So it gives you that option of getting a bit of classical chess and playing a bit of freestyle chess, or you can just stick with the freestyle chess from the get-go. It's going to be really interesting to see which players decide to play classical chess first and then come over, and we'll talk a bit more about that. Nonetheless, the other great feature about this tournament, Peter, is that Magnus Carlsen, the greatest player arguably of all time, who's here. We've seen him play a number of the freestyle events recently in Paris, in Weissenhaus just recently. There's been a tour that Peter's going to talk a lot more about in a second. But if you have come to Karlsruhe and you are, let's say, a very competent chess player, a decent master, candidate master, FIDE master level, there is a good chance that in the first round of this tournament you could be drawn against Magnus, against Fabiano, against Jan Nepomniachtchi, whoever it may be, right? That's an amazing opportunity for some of these players.
That's the spirit of the tournament, exactly. So the first round will feature many of these pairings. I'm actually wondering myself how many players do we have exactly in the A group of the freestyle event. I'm guessing around 250, 300, but that's just a guess. However, all the top guys are here. Yeah, I was also meeting many players. Wesley saw at the reception, Shakriya Mamadjaru in the elevator. No matter where you go, you face some brilliant players.
Indeed, yes. The starting list is quite intimidating, actually. If you play this tournament, you're not going to get an easy ride, that's for sure. It's really jam-packed with the world's best, and they're playing for huge prize fund, points as well for the tour, which again Peter is going to talk a bit more about in as we go through the round. And for the moment, what we're doing is we're awaiting the pairings. Now, what you can see there, or you can see on the screen, let's go there. This is the prize fund for the Freestyle Chess Open. First prize, 60,000 euros and 25 points. And here you go, Peter. You actually qualify to the finals in Las Vegas.
Yeah, for the third leg of the Grand Slam
For the
tournament.
third leg, rather.
Yes, exactly. That's a very special first place. But knowing how the system works, and also that Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano, and so on are here, who already made it to Las Vegas.
Right.
Yeah, they just qualified from Paris. So if you take top 3 places, then you have actually a very good chance that you might qualify to Las Vegas.
Okay.
Yes, and also by collecting all these Grand Slam points, because finally, the top 12 of the Grand Slam Tour will reach to the final to South Africa in December. And these points, when we will also have graphics with the overall standing, how the tour right now, the Grand Slam stands. Then you realize that how important, yes, and here we have the overall standing with Magnus Carlsen leading with 40 points, just 3 points behind Vincent Keimer with 37. Fabiano Caruana 33, Hikaru Nakamura 28, and there you see what a big gap between players number 4 and 5, and we are talking about the first 12 players reaching to South Africa, which is right now Pragnananda and Levon Aronian with 2 points each. So imagine you are taking 4th place, you are getting 12 points for that, you might be also in the mix.
So if you're basically saying then, Peter, if you are let's say a very strong grandmaster, because you're not going to get 4th place in this tournament. I mean, it would be a miracle,
exactly.
Right? I mean, let's say you're a competent 2670 grandmaster, let's say, and you just have the tournament of your life. If you finish 4th, the implications of that are actually that not only do you finish 4th, win the big prize here, but you also get potential tour points to overtake a number of these super grandmasters that have been playing a number of events already.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's very interesting. It's very intriguing. What a big chance for players. Yes, and I feel like this is the Grand Swiss event of freestyle, yeah, because this is the possibility to qualify to something very big.
Absolutely unbelievable. I can't wait. We can see there a bit more on the format. It's 9 rounds, 90 minutes plus 30 seconds. I like that time control because I can tell you this. When I did the Grenke tournaments back in the day, and our producers here, I think, were with me, Sotiris, shout out to Sotiris and Leonard. If you remember when we did it in Baden-Baden, I'm talking about 2014, 2015, 2013. I remember one year we had the old classical time control, and it was me alone in the commentary booth. And there was one game, and it was one ending. And I was there for about 7.5 hours alone. We're not going to get that this time. We've got a nice, good structure, 90 minutes plus 30 seconds. And of course, for all of you that might be watching and you're thinking, what is he talking about, this chess 960, this freestyle chess? What is it? Well, I'll tell you a little bit about it very, very quickly while we're still awaiting the pairings. Freestyle chess, chess 960, Fischer chess, is where the pieces on the back rank are shuffled. There are 960 possible configurations. That's why it's called chess 960. And it's basically a way to get very original chess positions which have not been analyzed, or rather, there is no established opening theory for those positions. As we know with classical chess, it's been studied for years, lots of opening theory. So this is a way to bypass that, to make sure that players are thinking on their feet right from the off. Now, there are some Chess 960 specialists, Peter. Here's a question to you, as somebody who's been commentating on a lot of these events in the tour. Have you actually studied any particular variant of the Chess 960, like position number 123, for example, or is it just you just see what comes? And
yes, I think you just see what comes. You definitely have to have a general feeling for different type of positions. Yeah, what do you do with bishops in the corner? What do you do with the most horrible bishops on e1 and d1?
Right.
Yeah, there are these type of positions. We have also seen, and we heard Magnus Carlsen and also the other players revealing very nicely that they think like they tremendously improved for Paris already compared to Weissenhaus. Yeah, so all the experience, all these analyses before the game, which we won't be seeing here. Yeah, because one of the very special features in the Grand Slam in Weissenhaus and Paris, we witnessed that the players, after they get the position, they were able to team up. So we had team white, team black, discussing their strategy for 10 minutes prior to the game.
Right.
Yeah, that's one of the special content which gives the chance for the whole world, for the audience, to see how those players get familiar with the new position, and then this childish joy that they are having, that, wow, let's discover, yeah, they are like pioneers. And it's very special. We won't be seeing it here, obviously, with so many players. So I guess everybody will have to think for himself at his own board. And we see the pairings.
here they are. Wow, look at this. I mean, this is really the stuff dreams are made of. For a lot of these players, we're going to go through the list now, but this is, you know, they would pay for this privilege, basically, to be able to play. So on board one, we've got Magnus Carlsen against...
But look at board two, Hans-Walter Schmidt in action.
Oh.
That sensation.
Hans-Walter Schmidt against Ole Puk?
Yes. Let's remind everyone who is Hans-Walter Schmidt. He's the mastermind behind back then Chess 960 Mainz 2001. He was the organizer, and probably this is a very special tribute from the organizers to give him the chance to play on the stage on the second board, if we can believe these pairings.
Well, this is a very nice gesture by the organizers because, as you said, I wasn't around commentating at those years. You were in Mainz playing
in 2001 against Mickey Adams.
In 2001, so 25 years ago. Not to rub it in.
Yeah. Only 24.
24 years ago. Sorry, I beg your pardon. 24 years ago. My co-host here playing against one of my idols in Mainz. But if we can bring the pairings back on the screen, because we would like to discuss them. Look at the opportunity here. So, you know, on board three, you've got Christian Friedrich Köhler playing against Eric Gacy. Fabiano Caruana against Hauser. Now, all of these names, Hauser, Köhler, Mosterman, Hendrik Müller, Lemel, these are, these are just strong players, but for sure, I would guess that none of them have ever played a top player in a classical or in a serious tournament, let's say. I'm trying to notice a name of anybody there that, but there's not one single name that isn't the Grandmasters that I recognize. So, I mean, just what an opportunity. But let's talk about the Grandmasters that are here. We've already mentioned a few. There was one name specifically. Again,
and there is, sorry to interrupt,
yes.
Hans-Walter Schmidt on the screen with the beard.
There he is.
He will take his seat on the second board.
Yes.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Indeed. But there was one name, if we can bring that pairing list back up again, just one more time. Board 11.
Yes.
Mr. Peter Lecko. Andreas Czolik against Hans Niemann. Now, perhaps you can tell the people at home why that is such an important pairing.
Yes, because we have been all waiting for Hans Niemann for Paris. He was invited. Actually, he was invited based on his fantastic win last year here at the Grenke Open. He got the invitation for Paris, but like 24 hours before the event, he dropped out due to personal reasons, some serious personal reasons, and we were kind of wondering what happened, and we were in the dark. I was not expecting to see him here, but he's here in Karlsruhe and he's fighting.
Wouldn't it be quite something if he won the tournament and then went to Vegas and, the drama continues with Hans Niemann. So incredible. And yeah, and obviously we saw some other huge names on that list, many of which you've mentioned. And there are many more as well. I mean, we've got an absolutely, if we're talking about strength in depth, it's often a term used for football teams and football squads. Well, this tournament's got strength in depth. You go all the way down to about board 30 or even board 40, you're getting a 2650 player on board 30 or 40. So, it really is a tournament where if a very competent grandmaster has one of those tournaments, and we've seen it before, the likes of Daniel Friedman and various other, really strong grandmasters, they could have a tournament of a lifetime, and it could be a life-changing tournament for them, a career-changing tournament. So it's going to be really exciting to see. Of course, we expect the big guns, who have got so much experience as well, by having played on the freestyle tour, to win. Magnus has been showing his domination again, of course, but there's a lot to play for. Who will be inspired, we'll soon see. And we can see the players starting to take their places. A lot of those faces unfamiliar, as mentioned. A lot of these guys, for the first time, having a chance to play. There's Shahriar Mamedyarov.
Yeah, he's kind of saying, why am I not on the big stage? Yeah, maybe he fell victim of Hans-Walter Schmidt. Yeah, maybe Hans-Walter Schmidt is taking it, because on the big stage we have 5 games from the freestyle event and 4 boards from the Classical Open.
That's it. There in the blue blazer is Sven Noppes. Sven is the long-term, really the driving force behind chess in Baden-Baden. He's been the Baden-Baden captain for over 20 years?
Definitely over. Yes.
Over 20 years. And he's the driving force behind all chess in the region. It's really thanks to him and his efforts that we're able to put on such a big open, of course, as well as all the other sponsors and Mr. Butner and everybody else who's involved. A lot of support locally as well. From local institutions, I believe even local government has helped as well, I understand. So a lot of people to thank, really, for putting this on. And as we mentioned at the outset, 3,000 plus players in this conference center here in the middle of Karlsruhe. Unfortunately, it is April, and it's raining. April showers, as they say. So it's not unusual to get the wind and the rain in Karlsruhe. But my understanding is that we're going to get some beautiful weather on Saturday.
Exactly.
And Sunday. So the sun is going to shine, and hopefully the chess will also shine. We've got some great tools as well. When the games start and the round starts, we're going to see Peter is going to walk us through all the technicalities. But we can even see which position, and when we get told which position they're going to play in the freestyle, Peter and we're going to discuss it. And I love Chess 960. I played myself, I mentioned to Peter, last year in a tournament in Germany. It's very refreshing to just be able to turn up at a board, not having to do 3 hours of preparation before the game. You get a position and you just play a game of chess. There is a huge appeal for that.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah,
Yeah.
that basically the correct preparation for a freestyle game is to have a proper sleep,
Yep.
have a nice walk,
Yep.
and make sure that your brain works to perfection.
That's it. That is it. So really interesting to see. Now here's a trivia question, Peter. If you know this, I'll actually be really impressed. The classical chess position, as we see here, the classical starting, what number position is that in?
518. I'm into freestyle already.
He did it. He knew it. It's 518.
And the point is that in freestyle chess we are talking about 959 positions, because there the classical position is eliminated, just to make sure that the machine that we will get to know a little bit later on, which draws the position, the number 518 is taken out.
But that would be kind of funny, right? If in the last round it was the classic test position. But okay.
But that's the point. We don't want to see the rookie von Berlins,
no,
right?
we certainly don't. And there is the machine. It looks like a lottery. It's very similar to a lottery drawing machine. If it manages to choose the numbers for this weekend's Euro Millions draw, that would be quite helpful. So maybe we can work something out. But no, it's just going to choose. You can see there all the balls. And I'm assuming, I've never seen this machine before, Peter, but I'm assuming just one ball comes out of this machine.
No.
Oh, no.
All of them.
All of them.
And then there will be a person picking a ball
see.
out of all the possibilities.
There you go. And we can see there a number of people working behind the scenes. Remember, to put a tournament on like this, to get the great video quality, we've got to also give a big shout out to all of the people working, in production. I like to do this because I think they are the unsung heroes, actually, of all of this. And I don't think they get enough praise. So shout out to everybody who I'm looking there behind the screens where I am now, everybody behind the stage, of course. Everybody sitting many, many miles away, also allowing this to happen, because this is, of course, being shown on chess.com. And here, we can see Sven. He's got the mic. Luckily, there are a lot of organizers that like to talk a lot before an event, but Sven is actually very, very concise, and he lets the chess start as soon as possible. And there we have Fiona. Fiona is a fantastic journalist, interviewer, great little chess player actually herself. She does a great job keeping the players engaged, doing the interviews, and she's a real asset to have actually behind the scenes here. So I'm really happy to see Fiona. She's going to get a lot of really nice insight for us when she interviews some of these great players after the games.
Exactly, that's the point, that she's also very friendly, she is very much liked, and then you feel like you are ready to open up yourself much more, yeah, when you have someone interviewing you that you like and you can really believe and trust.
Indeed. And we can see there another shot of Sven, and he's probably just going over the rules now.
Well, we are waiting for Magnus. Yeah, I haven't seen him. Yeah, he is playing board one with the white pieces. Is he checking his files? Is he preparing for a game?
Well, I'll tell you what, Peter, if he doesn't turn up, I'll just go in there, play for him.
And take his seat, and I will be commentating
Yeah,
your
you
game.
just commentate. I'll just play, and, you know, the truth is I might still win, actually, in the first round. And then I'll just let him come back tomorrow. He'll just have to, you know, if he makes it to Las Vegas, he'll just have to invite me or something. No, but Magnus hopefully will turn up. I guess he will. Magnus has been at this tournament for many, many years. I remember commentating here in the booth. Magnus is always very friendly. He comes and joins us a lot, discussing the games. He's got a very good record here as well, if I remember correctly. So he likes this tournament. He likes Germany. And I think he's going to particularly like this freestyle event. And by the way, his opponent today, Vincent Hillerman, is rated 22-27. So that's exactly what I was saying. You can be a really competent candidate master level, FIDE master level player and have the chance of an opportunity to play Magnus Carlsen. But let's do this. Let's listen to Sven and hear what they've got to say regarding the draw procedure. So let's go straight there.
Klassische Open gilt eine Karenzzeit ab morgen von 30 Minuten.
When it comes to the classical opens, we will have a delay time of 30 minutes. So you're allowed to arrive late until 30 minutes late. After that, you will be defaulted.
Okay, soweit mal zu den wichtigsten Informationen. Jetzt darf ich die Spieler, die uns noch fehlen, auf die Bühne bitten. Und vom ersten Moment an, wo wir die Idee hatten, dass dieses Turnier in dieser Form stattfinden kann, war die Frage, wird er spielen oder wird er nicht spielen? Und es war klar, er wird spielen, das zusammen mit mir im ersten Moment organisiert. Er war also Anwender Nummer 1. Es ist die Weltrangliste Nummer 1, unser bester Spieler in diesem typischen Spiel. Wahrscheinlich seit diesem Spiel. Ist die Außenordnung Magnus Ich darf ebenfalls auf die Bühne bitten. Ausziehen. Arjun, Dann werden wir noch zeigen, der welche Spieler die waren.
All right. Well, you saw a sneak preview there of the backstage VIP lounge for some of the top players, the invited players. We saw Fabiano, we saw Levon Aronian there, we saw Wesley So, Jan Nepomniachtchi coming in, and the two other people on the sofa, people won't know who they are, but it's actually Magnus Carlsen's sister and her boyfriend, who's actually called Bro Carlsen.
Wow. You know everything.
I know everything.
Lovely.
I haven't seen them in ages. Actually, I was training when I was doing my chess boxing stuff. I was training with Bro in the gyms. He's a personal trainer.
Wow.
He's Magnus's personal trainer, as well as I don't know if dating or I don't know. I actually have to get an update on that situation. I better not put my foot in it. Anyway, we're here for the chess. Magnus Carlsen playing against Vincent Hillerman, and you can see there's no position on the board yet because the position has not been announced. So we're going to wait now and see this machine in action. I'm looking forward to seeing the machine, Peter.
Yes.
You can also, well, there you go. There's the machine. And I guess, I don't know the guest of honor. I'm sure we'll get some information about who that is.
Wie bei der großen Lottoziehung. So. Augen zu. Ein Bällchen bitte, nur eines.
The big reveal, what is it going to be? You say it? I will say it. Number 758. See the number?
758,
So, wir werden einen kurzen Moment brauchen, bis die Stellung hier oben aufgehört wird.
758.
All right, so the ball has been chosen, the number has been selected, and Peter, we are looking at position number 758. Now, I hate to admit this, that's the one I know most about. I've done tons of work on it. Yes. No, but let's have a look. We can have a look, and there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is 750, the two knights in the middle of the board.
Yeah, that's actually nice. That's harmonious. It's much worse to have the bishops there. The knights can beautifully come out to d3, e3, f3, c3, all the squares that we are very familiar with. We see that white's king is on b1 on the queen side. The queen is on h1 on the king side. Normally in such positions, the thematic move is like g to g4, opening up the way for the queen and try to grab the initiative. One good thing that I noticed immediately, there is no unprotected pawn, so no weakness in any of the camps. This gives stability for the position.
And perhaps for people that aren't used to freestyle chess or chess 960 as well, explain how castling would work in this position. Let's assume that the pieces, the bishop, all the bishop, knight, and bishop have all gone out. How would white then castle?
Exactly. So basically the long castle would mean that the king from b1 takes the square of the bishop.
Yep.
It just moves one square to c1, and then the rook from a1 joins the usual square on d1. That's the long castle, the queenside castle. If the king from b1 wants to castle all the way to the short side, to the king side, then which is actually here the long side, then the king from b1 jumps all the way to g1, and the rook from g1 goes to f1 where the white bishop is. Sometimes those players who are confused, and we already have the first move, g4 on the board.
As you said, Peter, I mean, you've been doing these tournaments, commentating them now for a while, so I'm glad to see that you've got the knack for freestyle chess. G4, as you said, opening up the line for the queen. Looks like a fairly standard move to get the queen already involved in gaining space on that side of the board.
Yes, exactly. So the diagonal is opened up. Now, one of the thematic reactions is just to mirror it. Yeah, that's also one of the main questions all the time in freestyle chess, that from the black's perspective, how long you can mirror something without the opponent being able to break the symmetry and get the upper hand. Yeah. So if you feel like I can actually mirror and I don't see where my opponent gonna break, then it's a good strategy to mirror. One very interesting thing, yeah, because this is now the freestyle classical time control game. The players get 90 minutes, which means often in the Grand Slam, in the big event, that the players already for the very first move spend 10 minutes. Yeah, because the first moves are so tricky and so complex. We also see Levon Aronian, one of the very, very best, not only as a chess player, but also as a freestyle chess player. I think that he's one of the secret favorites of the event.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Levon considered one of the most creative, brilliant minds in this generation. And when I say this generation, I mean, well, for the past 2 decades now. Levon has been a top player for 2 decades. His fashion choice I've always questioned, but each to their own. But he's a fantastically brilliant and original chess player, and this definitely suits him as a chess player. And you can see there the plethora of top names. Wesley So also looks like he played the move g4 and move 1. No surprise there.
Yeah, Wesley knows his stuff.
Yes.
I'm very much rooting for Wesley. Whenever I see him play, I just feel that he's such a fantastic player and such a humble person as well. It's a nice combination. You always root for a person like this.
Absolutely. Now, we will just say one more thing about position number 758. We do have a database of games, let's call them significant games, that have been played. But as it turns out, position 758 has got no tournament games. So we're on our own here. This is kind of new territory. And I will say, you can see Shakhriyar Mamedov in the shot there. But I tell you what I'm more excited about. It's nice to see Shak. But it's the guy behind him, just wedged between those two players. That's Aravindh. But how about this guy in the T-shirt there? Alexander Grischuk.
Wow, yes.
I didn't know he was here, but what a great...
You have an eagle eye, yes?
Yes.
You see everything.
I see everything.
I know that he's here, and I'm also very much rooting for it. Here we see Aravindh Chithambram.
Yep.
And Sasha Grischuk. What a delight to have him.
Unbelievable.
We are also rooting for him, and we are rooting for everyone, but whenever we hear a name like Sasha, yeah, Sasha Grischuk, such a legend, then... and probably it's the very first time that he plays in a freestyle event.
Very possibly. And look who that is there. Hand on head. Is he going to be making people put their hands in their head this tournament? Hans Niemann, the most controversial name in chess at the moment. For all of you who don't know, I'm just going to say Google is your friend. We're not going to regurgitate the stories and so on, but Hans has only got one mission, and he said it himself. He wants to let the chess speak for itself. So Hans is absolutely gunning to put in a good performance here, and we're going to see how he does as the tournament progresses. There were some more faces there, Peter, that was really nice to see. Lenia Dominguez has made the trip over. I think I saw David Navarre. There he is in the background. We're talking about nice guys. Probably the nicest guy you could ever meet, actually. David Navarre wouldn't hurt a fly. And one of the most courteous players you'll ever meet.
And he has tons of freestyle experience. I think he has played over 1,000 games.
Incredible.
Yeah, he's a very big fan. He was already playing freestyle chess, Fischer Random Chess, Chess 960, when there were not yet big tournaments. Yeah, so he just loves the game so much from his heart. So he's not just here because now there is an event. Whenever there is an event, he's there for freestyle.
We saw some other big names, Le Quang, we saw Tabatabai. Just a jam-packed tournament. Look at that. That's an overview of the playing hall here. Over 3,000 players. Now, we do have a move on board one, and Vincent Hillerman has decided to respond to G4 with the move B6, which looks like a pretty sensible move to me. The computer apparently hates it, which I don't understand. But I don't understand why that's such a bad move. He wants to go Bishop B7. Looks okay to me, Peter?
Yes, well, actually, one should not pay too much attention to computers in this position because computers are way too harsh. Okay. I have noticed this myself that sometimes humanly, even if you are one of the strongest players in the world, you just can't understand what computer really signals, yeah, in freestyle chess. So one main idea for black is clear to develop that bishop from c8 to b7. Well, one natural move would be to play the move bishop to g2, occupying the diagonal. Then black will play bishop b7, and it's a big question. I don't really believe that we want to trade the bishops, because if we trade, then the knight takes back, and black will be also ready to castle. Now, one thing is, again, a big question and a huge question, that when do you castle in freestyle chess? When is the right moment? Because if you show your cards too early, then actually your opponent can adjust his strategy very much accordingly. And what it really means was a brilliant example. Well, it was a heartbreak for me, but the reason why Vincent Keimer lost to Hikaru Nakamura in the semifinals now in Paris was the devilish long castle by Hikaru, which Vincent noticed too late. It was just kind of completely from a different planet. It looked like the king from G8 will never ever be able to evacuate to the other side because all the pieces were there. And then suddenly it happened, and it was a game changer. And that was the game that stopped Vincent's fantastic run and helped Hikaru to get into the final with Magnus.
There you go. And of course, as Fiona mentioned in her earlier breakdown of this festival, this tournament is for everybody. This is not just about elite players, although it's, of course, an absolute privilege to have them. You've got players of all levels here. And 3 sections, a lot of pride and a lot of people looking forward to playing chess over Easter weekend, which, by the way, as it is Easter weekend here in Karlsruhe, this is actually one of the cities that's more religious in Germany. And so I believe and somebody can correct me here, I think it's Easter Sunday. Good luck getting thinking anything is open. You know, it's a proper holiday here. Things are closed. But luckily, we've got loads of good chess to look forward to. And they are double round days. They are long days for these players. Very, very long days. We can see here the schedule. Today is round 1, but tomorrow, early start, 10 o'clock in the morning, and then round 3 at 4, and that goes to all the way through to Monday. So you could be playing, you know, if you have a very long game, you could be playing 10 hours. 10 hours, yep.
Exactly, and without the possibility of making one single move routinely, because here already you have to spend time for the first move. Yeah, nothing comes easy. It's not like I'm going to play my system that I've already played 100 times. No, you will be challenged in every single move. So imagine, finally, it's not only about incredible chess skills, but stamina. How do you survive this 4 days of double round event with this 90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment per move? It can be a marathon, not only for the players, for us as commentators as well.
Absolutely.
How do you feel? Will we be able to succeed?
I don't know. I mean, let's get through round 1 first. What I do know is I'm going to have a good night's sleep tonight in order to be able to have my energy totally recharged for tomorrow, because they are long days. And as you said, Peter, no position is one that you know. You have to think from move 1. You can't play on autopilot at all. And that's going to be hard for a lot of these players.
Yeah, for example, on the screen, I see that Magnus has played a4 and Black advanced also his pawn to a5. Why are we not getting the moves? You see a4, a5 included.
Yes. So we are lacking some moves here. Okay,
yes, because actually, and that's the secret, that's the trick. There's a 50 minutes delay in the tournament. Okay, I was already, feeling sorry for myself, but...
it's not a delay.
No?
No. Okay, we are just having some technical problems.
There
is no delay this tournament, actually.
No, we have 15 minutes delay in the tournament, yes, but our broadcast... Okay, I'm confused myself. One thing is for sure, we see on the camera that a4, a5 moves had been already played. So I made those moves, and bishop g2, bishop b7 moves had been played as well.
Yes, bishop g2, bishop b7 has been played. What's always great is when we get some small technical problems, because these are so different positions and it's freestyle, it's really great to do it at the very beginning of the tournament around move 4, because we get it all sorted out and then there's no issue. And we have had a trade of bishops. Bishop takes b7, knight takes b7. And so far, so good. Nothing really, I would say, out of the ordinary here. I think the position...
Well, a part of that, it's a freestyle chess game.
That, it's a freestyle chess game.
And we do see the evaluation bar skyrocketing, like white is already clearly better, and we are trying to understand why. So black has captured back the bishop with knight takes b7, and Magnus advanced in the center with d4.
Yes. This move d4 makes a lot of sense. Magnus is basically trying to play against the knight on b7 because the knight looks a little bit funny there on b7. So the pawn on d4 dominating it. And I guess, much like in classical chess, Peter, that grabbing the center is actually still a big theme in general for most positions. If you get a big center, it's probably positive.
Absolutely, yeah. For example, if white gets the chance to play e4, get the knights out, for example, knight d3, the other knight from d1 can go to c3, also go to e3. The reason why I highlighted the c3 square, because I'm expecting the bishop also to develop on the diagonal somewhere to e3, for example, because black should be at a certain moment play the move g5, and maybe this is now a very tempting moment since black's queen would target the pawn on d4 with a tempo. Yeah, so white would have to waste a move protecting it. And how do you protect it? If you play knight f3, you block your own queen. If you play c3 with a king on b1, it doesn't feel so nice. We see also the evaluation bar dropping. So apparently the computer felt like there was some very special way for white to get a clear advantage. But let's be honest, if you are playing the first game in an open tournament, you just want to settle in, you want to play natural, normal moves, you definitely are not looking for the most perfect move, no? From the beginning, you just want to get a nice game, and then you think like, okay, I'm going to outplay my opponent.
Yeah, and that's basically it. In round one, all of these guys, Magnus, Fabi, Jan, they just want to get a position. They don't want any drama. And then they're just going to rely on being the better chess player to win their games, no matter how long it takes. And here, Hillerman has played the move g6, very similar to your move g5. Probably not as good as g5, because it feels as though you can use the h7, b1 diagonal in some positions, right?
Yeah, that's how I felt. Also grabbing some space. On the other hand, also the pawn on g5 can be a potential weakness in the long term, yeah, because the bishop from c1 eyes the pawn on g5, but having the rook on g8 protecting that pawn would signal me that it's not really an issue, because you get the extra tempo. Maybe somewhere the very special rook g6 would be available. We don't know if that's important or not, but clearly Hillerman has tremendous respect playing against Magnus. So imagine how nervous you should be that you are facing world number one Magnus Carlsen and you have no opening repertoire, no opening knowledge to rely on, giving you some shelter.
Well, you could, on one hand, that's true, Peter, but on the other hand, you could say, well, actually, Magnus knows more about all the classical openings than me anyway. So it's not as if I play my system that I play the Sicilian Sveshnikov, it's not as if I'm going to know that better than Magnus anyway. So I actually think the playing field is even more leveled in chess 960 versus classical chess, because I don't think players that are 2200 can feel confident against a top player in a classical setting anyway. So I'm not sure that's the case, but I do like Magnus's move here, c3, especially now that the long diagonal towards the king is closed. I think this is the absolutely clear move, c3. And now it's going to be a case of how is Vincent going to continue here? It's absolutely not clear to me what to do here as black. It feels as though white has got an advantage already, in my opinion.
Yes, probably. Now the question is, could black try to play in the Leningrad Dutch spirit with f5 to try to fight for the light squares, and for example also to highlight that why black chose the move g6, yeah, f5 and then some knight d6, controlling the e4 square. The other knight can go to f6. One big issue that I see with black's position is the bishop on f8.
Yes.
What will be the perspective of this bishop? I think this is what actually Magnus is basing his strategy on with c3, d4, making sure that this bishop on f8 and also the queen on h8 will never really find so easily into the game, because this pawn chain is very nicely restricting those pieces.
I like f5. I think after f5, I'm going to ask your opinion. What do you think of g5 there as a reply, just to restrict the knight on e8? And what I'm trying to do here after g5 is at some point try and break with e4 myself. Maybe play f3, e4, put the knight on d3. Maybe I can put the knight from d1 to f2 and then push with this, f3, knight df2, and then eventually go e4. And this way I'm restricting the black knight still. What do you think? Is it possible?
Well, I think that if you get all this going, what you just
Yes.
described, then it's beautiful.
Yes.
Because then black's queen is kind of out of the game. One question that comes to mind immediately is that
Yeah.
what happens if
After
black
E5.
tries to break out? Yeah, because this is a very typical kind of theme.
Queen, no, sorry. You get these weird, funky moves as well. I was looking at Queen D5 here,
yes.
which is very funky.
Definitely, queen d5 targeting the d7 pawn.
Yes.
Also the e5 pawn. But we see the move h5 played.
Oh, okay.
So there is a...
Another
However,
one.
this invites your g5 move.
Yes.
This kind of makes it so much more natural for white. Yeah, because after f5, g5, at least black has some central control. But with the pawn on h5, one thing I wanted to highlight already, that I'm simply loving the way how Magnus plays, not necessarily over the board, but that he takes his time. Yeah, that
Yes.
he gives the respect to his opponent
Yes.
and who gives the respect to freestyle. Yeah, that there is no rush. Not gonna show off, that, yes, I'm worst number one, I can afford to play instantly and like this. No. Magnus takes his time. He wants to make good moves. He wants to have a strategy. And I feel that this is also very, very nice to see.
Yeah, and he does go g5, indeed. Yeah, trying to cramp those pieces. I like this.
Yes, and now what we talked about, the prospects of that bishop from f8, the queen on h8 is now a little bit shut out of the game. And if knight d3 happens, then
Yes.
black will never have the freeing e5. Magnus will just suffocate black's position. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I'm already not liking black's position here. What if black goes e5 straight away, right here?
Yeah, probably he has to. Good or bad, he has to. But your idea, queen d5,
Makes sense, right?
well, it's a double-edged move, but we
Yes.
have to kind of show, because it's such a funny move, yeah, that queen h1 to d5, we don't see this kind of moves very often, but I believe I can just take on d4 and get a knight to d6.
But can I take on f7 here? Let's go down the rabbit
Wow.
hole. I mean,
Okay,
and I'll take
gonna-
on d7.
Yes, but can you really go pawn hunting like this? I feel
Sure.
like I'm getting way too much tempo.
knight c5, right?
Yeah, knight c5 is coming,
Oh,
hitting
God.
the queen.
Queen c6 and pretend everything is okay.
Yeah, but we know it's not. Black has got tremendous counterplay. Also now, black's bishop will be very nicely developed to
Yes.
g7. There is tremendous compensation.
There must be compensation.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not the sort of move Magnus will play.
Definitely
No.
not. No, it's basically, we know that this will never ever be played by Magnus, so he wants to restrict. However, then, okay, talking about this, then after e5, how do we restrict? Yeah, that's let's just then talk about this strategy. We know what we want to do. We can also kind of imagine Magnus think about, let me restrict everything, but how do we do that after e5?
That's a good question.
We were both so happy about this g5 move, and suddenly after e5, it's not that obvious, how white should proceed.
Hold on, what about the move queen e4?
Yes, this
Because the
exists.
pawn is pinned.
Yeah, but okay, I will play then the move bishop g7. Yeah,
Yes.
so there is a pin.
Yes.
But I can probably
And
just play,
you
and
can
knight
probably-
d6 will come with a tempo.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, no,
No,
this
I
is
can't play that.
this is kind of the point. Yeah, often it's the case for freestyle that, okay, yes, it's very nice, understandable, give one more move for white. Yeah, let's just go back. If we are talking about the move knight d3, then
It's
we
over
see
almost,
exactly.
right? It's just over
Black
after
will
knight
have
d3. Yeah.
black will have no moves. So
Yeah.
basically, here this is a very key moment. Yeah,
Actually, e5 looks forced to me.
it looks forced. Yes.
Yes.
If not for e5, then it's just a matter of time when white will slowly win this game. e5 has to be played.
Yeah. You can't allow knight d3, e4, bishop f4, the other knight to e3. I mean, white will just get such a beautiful central grip. Let's
And
see.
let's see
I think
the-
he's going to do it,
Yeah, the hand was moving out
Yeah.
for a move.
It was right over that e-pawn. I'm pretty sure he's going to do it.
Let's see e5 on the board. I
I
want
like
to
that
see.
camera angle, right between the knights. Look at that. His head, if we can go back to that angle, are we allowed to do that? Can we get back? Right to that camera angle before. No?
That was a lovely angle.
Yeah, because we've got Vincent's head clamped between the two knights
And fully focused, right?
from the board. It was
Yes.
quite the image. It's quite a nice new angle. There hasn't been that angle for chess for a long time, I don't think. Anyway, we've only looked at one game. Now, what's the policy, Peter, on looking at games? Do
Yeah,
we
well,
wanna-
we can walk around, also
Okay.
to see different type of
Let's have a look.
positions. We are having Arjun on our screen, so it makes a lot of sense to try to find his game. Yeah, he's on board numbers. By the way, we'll also have to check out Hans-Walter Schmidt's game, but for the moment, yeah, we go to Arjun Agassi, playing with the black pieces, and apparently this was also one g4, looking at the construction. Yes, some g4, g5. Let's pick this game. Let's have a closer look. Let's check how did this unfold. So Christian Friedrich Köhler probably has been following our broadcast at the Grand Slam tournaments, and we talked about this with queen on h1, g4 is the move to go. He also knows his theory already, g4, e6, b3, g5, bishop b2, bishop g7. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And h4.
I like it. Yeah.
Typical reaction in all these g4, g5 moves. I think Peter Heine Nielsen made a fantastic commentary in New in Chess to the very first Weissenhaus event, to Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano on the final of Weissenhaus 2024. And there he described these g4, g5 structures beautifully. h4, g takes h4. Wow. Well, actually, if it would be Arjun from the white side, I would dare to criticize his opponent that what is this? Isn't this the classical rule that now black is faced with more islands? Yeah, a weaker pawn structure. So g takes h4, queen takes h4, knight c6 on the board.
Yeah, they are actually a bit more advanced in their game. We can already see that is I don't know what's going on there. I can see a bishop on c5, which
Yes, I think that we are having a wrong game.
yeah, this doesn't look like.
And
the right
I wanted to highlight that there is no way Arjun will play like this, giving up his structure. No, this is the Jan Nepomniachtchi's game. Yeah, so there is a mix.
Okay.
This is Jan, and of course, yeah, Jan doesn't care about such things. Yeah, he just wants to crush his opponent. He wants to, but yeah, this is not confusing for our audience. Yeah, we see Jan, and we are seeing there the wrong
names.
Wrong names.
Yeah. Well, we will definitely get that fixed. And actually, do you know what, Peter? We have informed the correct parties. So we will get that fixed. Here's a trivia question for you. What has Jan Nepomniachtchi got that none of the other top 10 players has got?
Wow, we have seen this in Paris, yeah, that he was just blitzing out with tremendous confidence.
No, I don't mean. I mean, it's a general knowledge question. It's nothing to do with chess.
Nothing to do with chess?
I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure.
So you are tricking me.
No, I'm not tricking you, but I'll tell you.
Okay, tell me.
He's the only player with a tattoo.
Really, yeah?
He's got a tattoo on his inner arm. You can see it there.
Yes,
I think he's the only player of the top 10 with a tattoo.
definitely.
Is that right?
Should be.
I don't know any of the other guys with a tattoo.
Absolutely.
There you go. You can see it on his arm. Have you ever thought about getting a tattoo, Peter?
No,
No?
no. I'm old school.
You're old school.
Yes.
Totally understand. Yeah. Well, I think what we should do probably is just stick with the Magnus game
Exactly.
while we get the other things sorted out. It's day one. These things happen, and we will be ready to go as of tomorrow.
Wow, actually there I see Matthias Blubaum,
There you go.
the fresh European champion.
There he is.
He just won the European Championship with the white pieces.
Matthias is a funny player because I've played him before. I've known him for years now, but he's a player who always looks in discomfort. Like there, you can see him grimacing.
Yes.
But he could have the best position in the world, right? And he looks like he's
Exactly.
losing. He doesn't really show that he's winning ever. He always has this face of he's disgruntled, but no, he's a fantastic player.
And sometimes also he just wins the game. Then you ask him, okay, how was your game? And he said, well, I'm not satisfied. I think I should have played better. Yeah, he's always very critical of himself, but that's the attitude also what I very much like. Yeah, that you are never satisfied. You have the hunger in order to improve. So it's always nice. Yeah, I always dislike people who are already satisfied that I played such a good game, I played brilliantly, because probably you are lying yourself. I don't think that you can play. Of course, you can play a good game, but if you're already satisfied, then you won't be improving.
Yeah. Let's play a game, Peter, because you know I like to do this with my broadcasts. I know when you're doing it with David and Tanya, it's all very serious and, very professional. We are very professional, but we're different. We're going to play a game, me and you. And for all of you who haven't followed, Peter and I have been doing commentaries for years and years and years. We used to talk about football a lot more. We haven't watched football for that long. But here's a trivia question. And we're going to do this and I can see somebody special out the corner of my eye who's also going to join us. A nice glass of the finest local red wine. Here you go. You ready for this?
Wine?
A glass of wine over dinner. You ready for this? Of the top 20 boards,
Yes.
how many upsets will there be? So from boards 1 to 20, and an upset is a draw. How many points will be drawn, or how many boards will be a draw from boards 1 to 20?
Well, but you are very tricky.
I'm not tricky.
No,
What?
not tricky. Well,
I'm not including Hans Walter.
Yes, that's what I
Without
wanted
Hans
to
Walter.
ask.
I'm
That
not
would have
including
been
Hans Walter.
that would have been my first question. That
How many upsets are we going to get today?
I think none.
None?
None. Yes, none.
You think zero?
Zero.
Ooh.
Yes.
You underestimate some of these strong 2200s. I will go 1.
One. Okay.
Okay? And if it's anything above 1, it's even. And if not, then we'll have a nice glass of red wine over dinner. Deal?
Okay, well,
Or you can have a Coke.
well, I'm not drinking any of it.
That's all right. I'll just have it. It's okay.
I will have a still water or something.
That's right.
else.
You have a still water. But you
Yes.
think there'll be none? Really? You think there'll be no upsets
Yes,
today?
I don't
Just
think.
too strong, these guys. Right?
Yeah, they are very strong,
Yeah.
and also this is the Grand Swiss. Yeah, this is very serious.
Yes.
If they came here, they
Yes.
want to win.
Yes.
Yeah, they want to really perform their best. Of course, okay, somebody might be completely jet lagged. Yeah, is also one question, and then suddenly freestyle, and but I don't really think so.
And look at that. The strongest English chess player is on the screen.
Nikita.
Born in St. Petersburg and England, now representing England. Yeah, I think he's St. Petersburg, right?
Yes,
yeah, Nikita,
of course, yes.
Of course, because I was talking with Mr. Svidler. Nikita is playing the main Open, Peter.
Ah, wow, not the
Yes.
freestyle.
He's playing the classical chess. So here's a question, and maybe the team can help us. Is Nikita the highest rated player playing the plain?
No, because I see board number 2.
Ah,
Look
so
at
we've
this,
got
board number 2. So there should be
one more.
someone higher than him. I'm guessing, but
Well, I know Shirov is playing that event as well. The great Alexei Shirov.
yes. However, he has lower rating than
Nikita, right?
Yes.
So I would be curious to learn who is Wanda Liang is playing the main event.
He's playing the main event.
He's playing the main event.
Then he's number 1. Yeah, because actually he has now very high rating.
There you go.
Some 2690 or 2680 something.
Go. So some of these guys are a bit more old school, and they're saying, you know what, I like my classical chess. I'm going to stick with that for the time being, which is, of course, fair enough. That is the option they have. I think Nikita I haven't got to really get to know him yet. I saw him at the London Chess Classic last year. Perfectly nice guy. I believe he's settling in well in England. I think England is now his home.
Yeah, he's a fantastic guy.
Fantastic guy.
I know him well. Yeah, we have worked together for Team Nyapo.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so absolutely, no, he's fantastic.
And if I could grow my hair like his, I probably would. He's got the David Beckham circa 2000 ponytail haircut. Big fan. Great guy. I don't know who he's playing, but of course he's going to be big favourite today with white in round 1 of that tournament. Who else can we see on the cameras? I'm very curious. I love the fact that we've got so much video footage of the top players.
Actually, it would be very nice to go through the stage, no? Like who are number 1, if we could do that.
If we could, that would be great.
That would be fantastic.
A roaming camera would be great. We'll see if we can get that organized. For the time being, we don't have that. But what I can say is that in the game of Magnus Carlsen against Hillerman, Vincent Hillerman has not really done what we thought was necessary. And Magnus has got exactly the position we were commenting on. He's got that big center with d4 and e4. The d4 pawn nicely supported. And this looks very unpleasant for black. Now, Magnus is never going to push with e5, or at least not right now. He will definitely develop the other knight to e3 first before pushing e5, because then that would force...
And just wait a second here, and let's just explain to our audience why we are highlighting that you should never play the move e4, e5.
Yes.
Yeah, let me even put it on the board because it's so instructive.
Yes.
Yeah, that if white pushes the pawn to e5, then all of a sudden, okay, I will do with arrows. Black will get the f5 square, and all of a sudden, black has a wonderful outpost for his knight. The light squares are weak. The dark square bishop from white on c1 loses all its prospects. Yes, one could argue that the bishop on g7 and queen on h8 are boxed in, but all of a sudden black gets stability.
Correct.
While in the meantime, if we are not pushing the pawn to e5, then one has the feeling like, wait a second, actually, where are these knights going? Aren't you supposed to place your knights behind pawns, like Magnus is doing beautifully with the pawn structure e4, d4, c3, knight on d3, queen on h1? Feels almost like a perfect winning position for white.
It's funny, though, there is one exception. What?
Wow, boom. Okay,
oh my God.
Practically forced. I'm loving this decision.
Brilliant.
Yes.
It doesn't work, but it's, I think. I mean, it's a brilliant practical decision. Is it?
Well, computer hates it, but humanly speaking, if you don't sacrifice the bishop and you are just stuck there with your pieces, you have 0 chances. Like with this, at least you try to do something also to show the understanding that I understand if I don't sacrifice, then I'm in a lot of trouble. The big question was that if Vincent understood it, then why he didn't do before something against it? Yeah, with this e7, e5 kind of idea, because...
Sometimes you don't realize until it's too late, though, basically. I think in this case.
Yes.
But it's interesting. It's interesting.
Yeah, hits the knight, and the pawn is hanging as well. Yeah. One problem that I see that Magnus, of course, this is like a magician. Did he foresee that? Who knows what will happen in the future? But it would be very nice to have that rook a3 handy, just in case. Is that the move, or black can anyway just pick up the pawn on e4 and hope to collect enough points?
Yeah, I mean, I think after rook a3, either queen takes e4 or knight takes e4 both look playable, actually.
But then what is the killer? What is...
I don't think there is a killer move here, Peter, is my feeling. You think there's a killer here?
Well, looking at Diverbar, if you ask me, I don't feel like there is a killer move, but Diverbar drives me crazy. Okay, so the queen targets the pawn on e4, queen targets the knight on d3. We don't have the option of castling anywhere, it's not a game changer. So that's why I was kind of assuming that rook a3 should be the move, and I'm liking this move. Let me even put it on our analysis board. So would you take on e4 with the queen or with the knight?
Taking with the knight looks loose, but I actually don't see a way to force an issue because, for example, if you kick the queen with bishop e3, I have queen d5,
Exactly.
and then I've got the queen composed on f5,
Yes.
and in fact, you have to start being a little bit careful there with white because
Exactly.
your king is a bit weak. So I think, and the ending, Peter, if we can go instead of knight takes e4, queen takes e4, I think the ending is actually...
But then there is takes knight e5 with double attack. Probably that's a problem. Because otherwise, yeah, if you give black one more move, d6 or something, it's absolutely fine.
It might be okay, yeah.
Yes. So it's all about, I think, knight e5 with a double attack on d7 and on f7 pawns. And yeah, this looks good for white. So Magnus plays the move queen f3. Ah, okay. Magnus says, okay, tranquilo, guys, just chill. I know what I'm doing. And he comes up with this move queen f3, protecting the knight.
What's the idea after knight takes e4? I don't understand.
Hinting at the f7 pawn, but yes, the knight on
can't
d3 is still hanging. So after knight takes e4, how do we react?
What does he want?
Well, since he played it quite quickly, I'm assuming that he has a follow-up.
Probably.
And he gets up. Look at this, super confident. Why is Magnus so confident?
He might be bluffing. Magnus has been known to bluff.
Really, yes?
Well, I've played a lot of poker with Magnus over the years, and, you know, he can bluff. He can bluff. But after knight takes e4, I don't see the idea. I really don't.
Yeah, let's put it on the board.
I mean, of course, white is stable, and, you know, maybe he's just going to play a move like... I know what he's going to... No, I don't know what he's going to...
Not so easy.
No.
Because rook e1 is kind of tempting, but then black has many moves. Knight b, d6, d5.
d5, yeah.
Yes, it's. Let me just highlight here that after rook e1, we are talking about d5 also, knight b7 to d6, reinforcing the knights. And these three pawns, yeah, if somehow black gets coordination, black castles and everything, then this is out of control. I'm expecting Magnus to have something very special in his mind. Otherwise, it would be surprising.
What chance would you give black to win today?
Well, if I look at the ratings and think about Magnus, then I would say none. If I look at the position, honestly, I don't really understand why is Diverbar. Is Diverbar, for example, maybe playing a joke on us? I would not be surprised. Or is this not the right position? Because why on earth would this be so much better for white? Even black has the move. Okay, queen takes e4 is wrong. Okay, let's just show that why queen e4 is wrong. Then white can just trade and then play the move rook e1. And finally, black plays the move d5. We play f3 and the pawn on e7 will be falling. This is easily understandable. But after queen f3, knight takes e4, and now Magnus came back to the board. I'm also trying to look at the board on the camera angle to understand, are we having the right position? I think everything is correct. It looks correct to me. But then after knight takes e4, what is Magnus planning?
Maybe he wants to play the move. No. No, I'm really...
Oh,
no, he took with the queen.
Yes.
No.
Why?
No, you can't
Why?
do that.
This helps Magnus.
Yeah, no. That's not correct, sir, unfortunately. Yeah. This is now completely no chance because rook e1 and f3. And when you lose the pawn on e7, it's really... There's no chance.
Yeah, you lose the soul of the position. Yeah, the e7 pawn, which gives stability, and if you lose that pawn, the pawn structure is destroyed. Yeah, Magnus blitzes out the move rook e1. Yeah. Magnus very relieved. Just out of curiosity, maybe I will consult the engine for a second.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes, because we are not using any engine. We want to be super fair. Everything, and whenever we will use the engine, we will reveal. So let me just go back to this position after queen f3. I'm asking the engine, and after knight takes e4, the computer says that white is kind of completely winning, but okay. No, already computer is also going down. Nice to see this. For example, the move rook e1 is the logical follow-up. It's one of the main moves, part of rook a3, but then why would you start with queen f3 if you can also do this? So we were speculating about d5 and knight b7 to d6. Okay, first let's play the move d5.
Yeah, it's not saying anything. I mean, it says...
Yeah, queen e2. It's a smart move.
Yes.
Queen e2, getting ready to kick the knight away with f3, but still, this is so much more preferable for black compared to the game, because the queen on d4 is creating a lot of trouble.
And you can castle here.
Yes, and after knight bc5, computer actually just calmly plays the move rook a3. That was one of the key moves we also talked about. And after knight takes d3, rook takes d3, it's already clear that black's construction will not hold on for too long. Okay, nice that we got to know at least that probably Magnus was not worried about knight e4, because yes, black gets 3 pawns, but I know what I'm doing kind of. However, after the move rook e1 now in the game, this is hopelessly lost for black.
Yeah, you can't be a piece for 2 pawns down here. When the rook lands on the 7th, actually, resigning is not premature here. He won't resign because he's just sat down and he wants to play on a little bit. But Magnus will take on e7, and then the game will end reasonably swiftly. There's just no hope here. The bishop can come to f4, the knight can come to c3. It's child's play for Magnus at this point. So, you know, fair play to Vincent for, you know, finding an interesting move, but I think that he just understood too late that his position was already very bad, and he had to make this very drastic decision of bishop takes d4, and it was never really going to work, but he had to do it. Sometimes you just get it. You have to go for something desperate when you realize that strategically your position is completely busted. Yeah,
let's just bring back that position, which was so important. After g5.
Can we check?
Yes, let's check.
Let's check
what computer has
because
to
remember,
say. Yeah, e5 main move.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. The move e5.
And it only thinks white is slightly better. It's not
had to be played, and there is no
queen d5.
Queen d5 appears, but without any real. Queen d5, e takes d4, c takes d4. Would maybe give white a slight advantage, but okay, knight e d6. There is all to play for.
Yeah, knight f3, bishop g7, and we carry on. Life continues.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a game.
Yeah, white is better. Actually, just to beautifully highlight the special story in freestyle after bishop f4. Now the main move, the best move for white, and please guess. What is that very special move that black can play here? Yes, you are right. It is the move castles. All the way the king from b8 evacuates to g8. Now imagine that queen from h8 could jump to e7 as well. It would be an unclear position.
Unbelievable,
Here with the queen on h8, probably white has... I could imagine Magnus making a move like e to e3, cementing his pawn structure, just highlighting that, all right, everything is good, but that queen from h8 will not get into the game.
But, you know, you manage, you know, if you play c6 and then force the queen away and then maybe go c5 on a good day, who knows? You know? It's a whole game. Yeah. But unfortunately, Vincent will not have that chance today. Very cool. Let's go to another game, actually. I think we can move on. I think we've got some things fixed. So let's have a look, Peter, at the other pairings, shall we?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you want to have a very quick look at your old buddy Hans Walter?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we should. All right. We have Hans Walter also on our camera. So first of all, Hans Walter Schmidt has a rating of 1986. Congratulations for that. Yeah, that's quite a good rating, and faces Ole Puck with 2300. So his opponent should be a strong FIDE master.
Yes,
I'm expecting. And let's quickly take a look. Oh, poor Hans-Walter doesn't know the latest development in theory. He hasn't studied it. He opts for the move e4, the thematic e4 move. And his opponent, like if he knows everything, I prepared for freestyle. I have a queen on h8. I have to play g5. G5 was played. Now Hans-Walter played the move h4. g4, of course, very, very correct. Because black makes sure to kind of box in the white's queen. Yeah, this is the strategy that works so effectively, and that's why actually the first move g4 is so important for white, to make sure that this queen comes to life right from the start. Now Hans-Walter is fighting for the center with f4, but that pawn on g4 so takes away the f3 square, so white will never be able to develop the knight nicely to f3. e5 very energetic. g3, that's a good move, opening up the queen. Bravo. Bishop c5, hitting the rook. Oof.
That's a nasty move.
That's a very nasty move. Yeah, rook g2 had to be played. E takes f4. G takes f4. f5. Very energetic.
Very interesting.
I think that only shows absolutely no respect to Hans-Walter, or is he showing tremendous respect by playing the strongest moves?
I think these are great moves, because if he takes f5, I think he wants to go d5 there and to recapture the pawn back on f5 with what looks like a fantastic position. So I think he's taking this very seriously.
Yes, so white plays bishop c4, also targets the
Yes.
rook, already kind of almost tempting to make the position action, sacrifice the fe4, but of course there's absolutely no reason to do that. Rook f8, white played e5, knight e6, knight d3, bishop e7. I feel like white is back in the game.
Absolutely. Absolutely he is. And in fact, in this position here, I think one move you have to consider is h5, just to not allow black to play h5 and cement that weakness. So maybe you can play h5, maybe even put the pawn on h6 in some positions. It looks totally reasonable to me to put that pawn on h6 and say to black, okay, what do you want to do? Maybe there is some tricks here. Does the move b5 exist here for black?
Yeah, well, okay, we have bishop d5, but I would also be happy probably just to sacrifice the exchange.
Yes.
Yes,
yeah.
I feel like for this lovely light squared bishop, I would always give this rook.
Yeah, I don't think you can go b5.
Yes, no, you can't.
Yeah.
But okay, Hans-Walter is very much in the mix. I'm loving this, and that was a very emotional moment, 2001, yeah, because I was spending a lot of time with Bobby Fischer in 98-99 period, so I was very much into the spirit of Fischer random chess, yeah? And then suddenly Hans-Walter came up with this idea that, okay, I would love to spice things up in my tournament, because Vishy Anand was the player who played the classical rapid match, yeah? He won like 11 times. Vishy was just incredible, setting up this streak in Hans-Walter's tournaments. And then I kind of said, yes, I would love to. And that's how my match with Mickey Adams got organized. It was a fantastic moment.
Well, we'll see how Hans-Walter gets on. Let's go back to the Magnus game, because that's the one everybody wants to see for the moment. And wow, basically, exactly as thought, the knight moved away.
Yes, rook e1, knight e6, voluntarily going back, knowing that anyway f3 will happen.
Yep.
So yes, rook takes e7, a long castle. Yeah, we were talking about this before the start of the round. How does this castle really work in freestyle? Well, where in one of the positions we already highlighted the long short castle from the black king from b8 going all the way to g8, and now we see the classical long castle position. The king from b8 jumps to c8, and the rook from 8 jumps to d8, just like in classical chess as we know it.
Yeah, and well, I mean, nothing really has changed. Magnus in full control. He's put the knight on c3, actually. That's the next move. So the knight's come out c3. He's getting his... And then he's going to put the bishop on f4, next move. And then he himself is going to probably castle on the queen side. and he's going to put a knight on e5, and the position plays itself, really. It's not...
Yes, even you can play king c2
King
and bring
c2,
the rook,
yes.
or you castle, depending which mood you are. However, I would like to say one thing about this position.
Yes.
That if suddenly the players were to turn this board,
Yes.
yeah, and Magnus would be
Yes.
black here,
Yes.
I think that black has strategically potential if you are a favorite against a weaker player, that you can actually draw this position for black. Because
Really?
there is the f5 square.
Yes.
There's the f5 square. If we eliminate this rook, for example, with some rook e8, yeah, and then knight f5, d6, king d7. If you are outweighting your opponent by 500 rating points, for example, don't you have the feeling that there is some strategical merit in the position? The only problem here is that Magnus has the winning position, technically winning position, and he is the white.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Possibly.
For example, let's just make some
Yeah.
moves. I play rook e8.
Okay.
Okay, you basically
Yeah.
trade. I'm expecting takes. Bishop f4 would be thematic.
Why not?
Let's play knight f5. You castle long. Yeah,
Yeah.
those are the moves that we talked about. And black plays the move like d6.
Yeah.
White, for example, plays rook e1, very natural kind
Yeah.
of move. We take, and play king d7. How simple is this, actually, to convert?
Probably not simple. Probably not simple at all. I feel as though, as white, you really want to trade off as many pieces as possible, right? Because these knights are very decent. One on c5, one on f5. So I don't know how I would do that. Maybe I would play a move like, I don't know, knight c2 here to put it on e3. It's a bit, I don't really know.
But yeah, then I'm
But then
coming
knight
with
c5 and there's a
c5.
knight d3. I get it. I agree.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I
just
get it.
highlighting
Yeah.
that, yes, of course, we see the ever bar. We
Yeah.
know that Magnus is playing from the white side. Yes, it should be technically winning, but you have to show some precision. And actually, yes, because the reason why I asked that I had some games against amateurs mostly, when I was always turning the board, yeah? So I'm queen down, and then I said, okay, I'm queens up, but I turn, can I still fight back? And here I'm only piece down, and I have 2 pawns, and I have some squares. I think that this is not over. What, c6? It weakens.
Really, no bueno. It can't be a good move. It's too, you don't want to touch that pawn and weaken that structure. Now there are targets on b6, d6 is loose. You know, bishop f4 is still a move here.
Absolutely. I feel like actually maybe getting rid of the bishop for
also,
one of the knights, just like you mentioned, yeah, that you would love to trade pieces. And then we get a much simpler clarity.
Yeah, and the other problem is now when you do castle queenside with the bishop on f4, the knight on d6 is indirectly in attack.
Yes.
So there's going to be some knight c5 jumps. There's going to be all, c6 is just not the right move, unfortunately, for Vincent's.
Yeah, probably he was worried of some knight d5 business, yeah? But if we play the move, the reason why I picked the rook from g8 intuitively, that I thought like, just in case against knight d5, then I'm ready to take, and I'm not forked. I'm going to go king b8, I'm going to go rook e8 anyway. The way this knight on e7 is a double-edged piece, yeah? It can be also strong because it stops knight f5, but it also might be trapped, so who knows. In any case, yeah, Magnus is very happy. He plays now the move bishop e3.
Also possible.
Yeah, as you said, the pawn on b6 is loose.
Yes.
And besides, also setting up some ideas. For example, king c7 would be thematic.
I think he wants king c7, bishop f4, personally. I think he just wants to pin this knight.
Invite that king.
Yeah, invite the king.
That might be a very unpleasant. And then also the f7 pawn
and then
is
rook
hanging.
takes f7 is hanging, exactly.
All of a sudden, yeah, lovely move by Magnus. Yeah, bishop e3.
Yeah, this is not going to last very long, actually. This game is pretty much gone. I think, Peter, it might be a good time for us to just take a very quick breather. It's it's the local time is 8:30, so we've been on air for about, feels like probably a couple of hours, an hour and a half at least, I think.
Yeah, something like this.
So we are going to save our energy, make sure that we've got everything else under control. But don't go anywhere. This is round number 1 of this very unique, spectacular Grenke Chess Festival with some of the best players in the world. And we've got plenty more action to come. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the continuation of round 1 in just a few minutes. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to round one of this year's very special Grenke Chess Festival, featuring both the Grenke Chess Open Classical Chess and the Freestyle Chess Open, which is Chess 960. And we've got this beautiful concept that we're going to be talking about as the tournament progresses, of being able to go from one tournament to the other. You've got until round 5, so you get to play both classical chess and freestyle chess. Some of the best names in chess are here, the best players in the world, the best players of all time. Some can be considered, including Magnus Carlsen himself, playing here in Karlsruhe, Germany. We've got a star-studded field and over 3,000 participants across all tournaments, which is a new record. I remember that last year it was huge. I think we had 2,500. So we've got an additional 500 players this year.
Well, even more. We don't know the exact number. Yeah, we only know that it's over 3,000. I think there were like, when I lost count, it was like 3,220 players were registered 1 week prior to the tournament. The reason why I'm not daring to say the number, because we don't know if everybody reached here or not in time.
Yes.
Yeah, so we will get the confirmation later about the exact number, but just look at this gorgeous playing hall. Yeah, one looks at it and one wants to be part of it, no?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a perfect playing hall. It's actually a concert house, right? In its
Congress Center
or a Congress Center. I think it does a bit of both. I think there are events here. I think there are bands here. I think there are conferences here. I think there's a bit of everything. But for now, it's the chess, and we're delighted to be here commentating on round one. And we are going to go back to board one, which is the board of arguably the greatest player of all time. I think, Peter, I mean, we've been having this conversation about who is the greatest player of all time. I think my mind is now firmly set on Magnus. And that's solely because his domination has been so consistent over the past, I'm going to call it actually 15 years now, because he became world champion in 2013, but he was already world number one around about 2011, I think.
Well,
actually.
2010.
Or maybe 2010.
Well, because actually the tournament where he became kind of number one, I think, was the Nanjing tournament in 2009. Right. I was playing the tournament, so that's why I know very well. It was also the very first time that Magnus beat me. I had a +3 score before that game. Okay. And it was also kind of a hidden and well-kept secret that he's working with Garry Kasparov.
Right.
And we didn't know that during the tournament. So it was revealed after the tournament, and I was so angry and so upset, because if I would have known that Garry is behind Magnus at that point, I would have probably expected the scotch for that first day game in China, because in China you are, as a European, always fighting jet lag with everything. Yeah, you have all these problems. I was trying to get rid of the jet lag by playing table tennis. But if I would have known that Garry is working to try to
you would
understand,
have studied the Scotch.
I would have at least repeated some of my file there. Okay. And Magnus caught me by surprise. I mixed up the move order. I got under pressure, and he then brilliantly crushed me in a very good game. He never gave me a chance to fight back. And then he went on to score +5 in a very strong super tournament. And ever since, I think he's kind of number one.
Well, I mean, that tournament performance in Nanjing is still considered one of the best individual tournament performances of all time, rating performance-wise.
Yeah, it was, right? It was fantastic. 3,000 something performance, yes.
Yeah. It was a huge tournament. So, Magnus, who's been, you know, since 2010, it's now we're talking about 15 years. And for me, what sets him apart is the fact that he's dominated across all formats. Rapid, blitz, classical, and now even chess 960.
Well, he's hoping. Yeah, he's so there is the tour, there is the Grand Slam tour going on. 2 legs have passed. We did hear Magnus after Weissenhaus, when Vincent Keimer sensationally won that tournament at the closing ceremony, was revealing to Jan-Henrik Büttner that I can't wait to start that Paris event, you know, and he proved it.
Yes.
He just played wonderfully. There was one match when he was a little bit under some pressure, the first classical match against Abdusattorov. There he was a little bit shaky, but once he survived that, I remember also with Judith, we were commenting, and Judith was saying during the game, if Magnus survives that difficult position against Nodirbek, he will win the tournament.
Yes.
She was absolutely sure, and she was perfectly right.
Indeed. So there you have it. Good argument for him to be the greatest of all time. Still, he's not done. He's still finding the motivation to win things. He's got this tour. He's just got married very recently. So lots to do yet. Okay. Well, Bishop f4 is on the board, so he did exactly what we thought. He provoked the king to c7 to now enforce this pin. Now rook takes f7 is a threat. Knight e4 followed by castles to put the rook on d1 is a winning threat. It's really just, this is now absolutely hopeless for black. There's no chance that he survives in any universe, in all the parallel universes. If this position were played in 1,000 parallel universes, Vincent would lose in every single one, regardless of what games were played. So what we are going to do, Peter, is I think we should have a look at games a bit lower down. So I'm curious about the grandmasters that are sort of, let's call them the dark horses for the event.
Yes.
So if we can scroll down,
Yeah,
here,
please tell me when.
I'm going to tell, let's start with Shahriar Mamedjarov. He is a dark horse. He's a creative player. He's incredibly talented. He's playing black against Sebastian Lemmel. And, I think that Sebastian is doing okay. I don't love his position as white, but, you know, how bad is it? I mean, for example, I think he actually has to consider the move pawn to d4 here as white at some point, just to, you know, close the center, maybe gain some squares, make this bishop bad, stop any e5. What do you think about d4 here? I mean, it's not pretty, but at the same time, I'm not really sure. You know, bishop c3, there's bishop g7. Maybe you can include that and then go d4, and then you haven't got the bad bishop. Is that possible?
That makes sense. However, in order to make sense of everything, I think we should start from the starting position.
Let's do it.
Because now we also see how, for example, Shahriar Mamedjarov reacts to the move g4. And it's kind of fascinating that in every single game, no matter what is your level, g4 is kind of played very often. So g4 grabbing space, opening up the queen, e6, d3, d5, playing natural moves, occupying the center, f4, h5. Nice little inclusion, because after g5, we see then after g6 that black fixes the structure on the king side. Well, or let's say on the right side of the board, because some players from audience were highlighting that it's confusing, that what is exactly king side and queen side in Fischer random in freestyle chess when white's king is on b1. It's a little bit confusing, but we know, of course, classical terms, this is queen side, and already Magnus has won his game. No. They are analyzing. Yes. So Vincent resigned there. It was hopeless.
Yeah, that one didn't really
Look
work.
at this. Magnus shows the setup I was talking about, that if you don't play c6, if you trade rooks and you get d6, king, d7, then yes, it shouldn't be so simple to convert. Very nice for Magnus also to highlight immediately that what was the right direction.
Indeed, yeah. But what a great moment for Vincent. You know, he comes to this tournament in Easter, and he can say that he played the world #1 in a real game of chess, in a real tournament, with no, there was no pressure on him to win. Of course, he was always going to have a difficult day, and he found a really interesting concept, but. This is really the difference, guys. We saw those little moves, the the c6 and all of these are moves that grandmasters simply don't play, and it's about strategic understanding and it's about experience, and there are a lot of levels to chess. There are a lot of levels, and it takes a lifetime to really go up through the ranks and know when you're committing these mistakes. C6, for example, in that game is not a move that Magnus even looks at. It's not a move he doesn't even have it on his radar as a potential candidate, let alone playing the move.
Yes, he might have it as to highlight that this is the move I will never play.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
He's programmed never to play it.
Exactly.
And that's why chess is tough. Okay, so Magnus off to a good start.
Now, looking at the other boards and everybody's still in action, one can feel that Magnus is also very happy. Yeah, that knowing that there will be 4 days of double runs, it's kind of nice to finish the first game early, to get some well-deserved rest. And from tomorrow on, I'm pretty sure that already in the second round, Magnus will be faced with a strong grandmaster.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be really interesting to see the pairings. I'm still confident, by the way, that there will be one draw from boards 1 to 20 today.
Really, yes?
Yeah, you
haven't given up on
I haven't given up on it, no.
Okay.
Because look, some of these guys, especially the younger guys, they can play, they can really play, and I don't know. We'll see. I'm very curious. I'll probably be proven wrong.
Now let's continue to look at this game, because we talked about it, just to see also how Vachier is playing. So knight f3, knight c6 happened. The move e3 makes sense. Knight d6.
Yes.
Knight f2. Both players are trying to improve their position, but I feel like Vachier is making more progress. Yeah, bishop d2 was a move that the computer did not like. One could argue that, is this already the moment to include bishop g7 to avoid bishop c3, right? Because you mentioned nicely that somewhere white wants to play the move d4 to stop black's break with e5, and then definitely would love to trade the dark square bishop first. But what happened here? Bishop b7, bishop g2. Okay, now after the white bishop committed to g2, it's clear that white is not planning to push the pawn to d4. Then the queen on h1 would be horrible. That's the signal I'm getting. Vachier goes a5, true to his style, wants to be aggressive with a4. Bishop c3, bishop g7. The bishops will be traded, and then, good or bad, white will have to play d4. Even with the queen on h1, but I really dislike this placement of the bishop on g2 for this structure. Let's just put it on our boards. So on our board, takes, d4 in order to try to stop e5, but black can play now the bishop to a6. Black is the one activating the bishop. Black can also advance with the pawn on a4, and somehow I have bad feelings for white.
Yeah, I don't love it. I don't know how bad it is, but it's a sort of position that, again, a top player will grind you down in as black. That's the problem. And when you don't have clear active plans and you're playing a much better player, the suffering is brutal. I mean, I can think of so many times I played somebody who's just much better than me. And when I didn't have a clear direction, I could kind of just continue in a position. But with every move, I could feel the advantage from my opponent incrementally.
Exactly.
And it's very unpleasant.
It's very frustrating.
It's very frustrating.
No matter what you do, how good you play, you make tons of good moves, you make only moves, but still the gap is widening.
Yeah.
And one thing I would like to highlight also, because this is freestyle chess, we have to always think about this, that if black gets a4, bishop a6 in, then actually black will have the chance to castle all the way once again to the king side, to the traditional king side, with the king to g8, while white won't be able to play the move castles, short castle, because of the diagonal of the a6 f1 control. And if you are kind of a sitting duck that black knows that white actually has the chance to castle here, then setting up those queenside attacks, with a4, knight c4, are so much easier.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree. Indeed.
And okay, one could then argue that, wait a second, if Peter, you are telling us that it is so important to castle, then why don't we castle immediately? Well, yes, it's true that, well, first of all, it's black to move. I can start with the move bishop a6.
Yes.
But if not for the move bishop a6, because it gives you the chance to jump in with the knight to e5. This is a move that I'm worried. Yeah, knight e5, computer is not worried of this, but I wanted to highlight that this knight takes e5, fe5, followed by some e3, e3, e4 break, and all of a sudden white pieces can come to life.
Exactly.
The good news for black is that, yes, the f5 square is very nice for black's knight and so on. A lot of intrigue, but what I wanted to highlight here, for example, after d4, so black plays the move a4, and then white could potentially castle short.
Yes.
But the queen on h1, this makes a very wrong impression, and also there is the problem of maybe a double attack with knight c4 hitting the pawn on e3 and b2.
Yeah, it's a really tricky position. It's not clear at all. I don't like white's chances though, that's for sure. So I think we should move on.
Yeah,
but
we can move on. So Shakri are in control.
Yes.
Yeah, we can say that.
Let's go to, I mentioned his name at the beginning. I want to see the position of, where is Sasha Grischuk? Is he?
Well, I think we don't have him on our camera. That's a problem. But definitely also Vincent. Yeah, Vincent.
Let's look at Vincent.
Yes, but he's also on a board where we don't have access to a camera.
Okay.
Or can we somehow trick that, because then he's probably in the second row that to catch someone where we see Vincent behind him. Okay, just very quickly to see what is his position.
Well, his position is wild, but
yeah, this is the game between Joachim Klein and Vincent Keimer. Well, black has the pair of bishops.
Yes.
I think this is very important to highlight, because otherwise, without the dark squared bishop, we would be really thinking like, what on earth is happening in black's camp? That bishop on c8 is kind of strange, but okay, it's still there.
yeah, this is just a bit random, this position. I don't know.
What happened here? Also g4.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, this g4, and Vincent played g6, a4. Wow. Okay, a4, a5, knight c3, e5, e3, knight e6, bishop c4, knight d6. I want to see how white give up that light square bishop, and when and why.
Wow.
Bishop d5, c6, and bishop takes c6. Aha, so here's the transformation of structure. Bishop takes c6. Intuitively, I always hate giving up such a lovely light square bishop. Do you think it's justified for trying to use this strange piece on d6?
Yeah, I think, I mean, in this position, I don't mind the trade, because, you know, he's already moved the bishop so many times. But I don't love the general strategy. That being said, how bad is the position after f4, e4, queen h2?
Yeah, I don't like this f4 kind of stuff, yeah, because one could argue that this is some kind of a Nimzo-Indian structure. Of course, it's a different one, but the double pawns, and white usually puts up some kind of a typical setup where you make sure that, for example, here black's light square bishop will not have so much perspective. The problem with f4 is exactly what you also sense, that this transforms the structure, but isn't transformation now in black's benefit? After e takes f4, we got rid of the double pawns, and now white played the move queen h2, and we see the ever bar dropping dramatically, thinking like black is maybe taking over. For example, a move like d5, queen takes f4, knight d6, followed by e5, and all of a sudden we have the pair of bishops and lovely center control. What do you think of this?
Yeah. Yeah, there's something about it I don't trust for white, but I'm not sure, like, the objective evaluation here. Like, my feeling is that black is probably slightly better, but it doesn't feel like it's critical yet. But Vincent definitely in the driving seat.
Yes, yeah, Vincent enjoying himself now with the pair of bishops. We don't have camera angle of him, so we can move on.
Let's actually go to the guys in the camera.
Yes.
How about we look at Jan Nepomniachtchi
Absolutely.
on board 5? Now, the problem is, so I can see that the position on the board is very different to this one.
Exactly, because I wanted to say that there is no way this position could be played by a grandmaster with black.
Correct.
Look at the position, just to highlight very quickly. There is the g5 square weakness. Black's pawn structure on e5 is weak. White has the pair of bishops.
Yes.
The queen is stuck on h8. It's obvious that white is the super grandmaster in this game. We don't know which game it is, but certainly this is not Nepomniachtchi's game. Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to go after board 5 for the moment.
Okay,
Yeah.
wonderful, yes.
Okay.
So Wesley, what about
so,
Wesley?
Sure, why not?
Or Levon, okay, we have Levon on our camera. Okay, let's go to Levon, the
Levon.
big maestro. Everybody loves him, everybody fears him, or at least my generation. He's a very nice guy, but yeah, if you face him on the board, he's so creative. He can come up with moves that do not cross your mind, or if they cross your mind already a little bit, one move too late, and you think like, oh yes, of course, that's what Levon was planning. It's kind of a frustrating feeling. He's one of the players who caused me the most trouble, most headache throughout my career. At the same time, we are extremely good friends. So it's like a paradox. You know, based on my results against Levon, I should not like him, but based on his personality, there is just no way not to like him. Yeah. So, and of course, we have also common ground, Arshak Petrosyan being the captain of the Armenian national team, winning 3 Olympic golds together with Levon Aronian and with other players, Sargsyan, Gabriel Sargsyan and Dakopian, and all the others, fantastic force, the Armenian team. But yeah, here Levon in action with the black pieces, and he takes the game extremely seriously. Okay, he's way up on the clock, if we can believe the clocks, but he's now in full concentration mode, despite that he has already played the move Queen h7.
Yeah.
What do you get from this body language? That is Levon taking this game so seriously, or he's trying to play perfectly in order to finish also as quickly as Magnus?
Yeah, I get that impression. I think he wants to put the time pressure on Bach, and I guess the real point is that you know, he's attacking e4 here. I think white has got a few moves. He doesn't. Knight f2 is a move. You could play rook e1, for example, to protect the pawn indirectly, but then h4's come and it might get a little tricky. So I feel as though knight f2 feels like the move to play here.
But I think the problem that white is faced with, that he lost the pawn.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yes, I wanted to highlight, because based on your comments, I felt like you haven't counted the pawns yet. We talked about Levon. Yeah, I was distracting you with Levon's, past and everything, all these incredible achievements that he achieved. But yeah, he already achieved something here. He won a pawn. And let's just see very quickly what happened here. We have the time. So f4, finally a different first move. h5. Typical Levon, okay, avoiding any kind of g-force, and he is maybe hinting at h4, boxing in white's queen. This is Levon.
Yes.
I don't know, do you think that any other player from the tournament would have also played h5 like this?
Yes.
You think so, yeah? Yes. So it's not just unique Levon. Okay.
I think most top players would play h5 after f4.
It's so aesthetically pleasing.
Feels correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Opening up the queen,
the G4
and also
square.
setting up g5 break against the f4 pawn structure. Yeah.
You put a knight on f6, control the center. It feels very logical.
Let's see. g3, e6, knight f2, and g5.
Yeah,
Black strikes immediately, tries to undermine white's f4 pawn, and if white takes fg5, then the structure is damaged. Yeah, we are trading an f pawn for a g pawn, opening up black's rook. This is already strategically very good for black. Knight f3, rook g8, the rook falls back. e4, bishop c5, and this is how white actually give up the pawn.
Wow.
because this is a very nasty pin.
Yes.
And probably white just felt like, I'm not going to put that rook on g2. I don't know why it's bad or how it's bad, but it has such a bad impression. Look at this construction. This is horrible. Of course, he decided that, all right, I'm going to sacrifice the pawn. I get the dark square bishops. I think the idea might have been interesting, but the problem was Levon was sitting on the black side, and he managed beautifully. He actually, after queen f3, he plays the move d6, and he now sets up a blockade. Yeah. The knight on d8 makes a wonderful job guarding the weak pawn on f7. The pawn on h5 is not loose because the knight on f2 is hanging, so white plays bishop e3. Black falls back with the queen all the way to h8. And after a4, already pushing e5. Yeah, very important. a5, a6. That doesn't hurt us. Knight d3, bishop g4, lovely tempo. Queen g2, knight c6, and black's pieces come to life. And this is the moment where we enter the game. Knight f6, queen h7, the pawn on e4 is hanging, and white has zero compensation.
Yeah. Feel as though Levon is going to win this one. I have received information, however, that the boards that we wanted to look at, I believe, have been fixed. So let's go to some of those top boards. We've got Erigasi, we've got Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. By the way, Aravindh has got a huge rating at 2749.
Yes.
I mean, where did that come from?
Well, he won this fantastic event in Prague, the Prague Chess Festival, with a great score, beating Vincent Keimer with black in a stunning game, and also beating Anish Giri in the game of the tournament with the black pieces.
But to put things into perspective, was Aravindh even on the India team in the last Olympiad?
No.
He didn't even make the team.
He didn't make the team yet.
And he's 2750.
No, yes.
I mean, what is this team is...
This team is just too brutal. Vidit was not on the team as well, because it was Hare Krishna on board 5, and Nihal is, we can also set up a B team of India, which can fight for medals.
The B team could get a bronze.
Yes, easily.
I mean, the A team for India now is, the bottom board is going to be 2750?
Something like this. Yeah.
I mean, it's scary.
With 2730, you
might not make the B team.
Yes, incredible. Of course, it's just insane development in India. And it's so nice to see all this support. Chess is basically the national sport. Yeah.
After cricket.
Yes, after cricket.
Cricket is still huge there.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yes.
Well, 2020 cricket's quite fun. But, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's take a look at Arjun first. Let's go step by step.
That is funny though, just to think, you know, you got to 2730 in every other country. Maybe the US, you might. In the US you make the team actually with 2730, probably.
Well, but now Levon is climbing back. He's now 2740 something. It's tricky.
It's tricky anyway. You've got to be a good player. That's for sure.
Definitely. But I'm confused. Is this really the game of Arjun? Because look at this. This is the game that we considered Hans-Walter Schmidt's game. And Arjun with the black pieces.
It is. I can see because of the configuration on the board that this is the game. Now,
wait a second. I told you there won't be any upsets if I look at this position. Okay, of course, I trust Arjun, so I'm expecting him to turn around.
But look at what happened. He didn't play the move h5, and he allowed Arjun to play h5, fixing this weakness on h4. I actually think black is better here.
Well, but at the same time, I'm having such a lovely grip on the light squares.
Yeah, but I'm not... It's a typical Arjun position, by the way. It's just chaos.
Yeah, it's chaos, yeah.
You know, I'm going to put the bishop on b7, then I'm going to play at the right moment. I don't know how to organize knight c7.
Yes.
And
no, clearly, if you undermine that knight, then it's good for you. Yeah, so we see Arjun a little bit tired. Yeah, on the screen it's already getting late. And he has to work hard. Yeah, he will need to turn the tables here. So how do I deal with this? Okay, but in order to understand what happened and to get the spirit and the essence of the game, let's just go, let's take it from the top. We know already that this is not Hans-Walter Schmidt's game. We were praising Hans-Walter playing so brilliantly. Well, actually, it's Christian Friedrich Köhler playing with the white pieces against Arjun. So yeah, so far I'm loving everything that I see from black. We talked about this.
Yeah, we actually looked at all of
Yes.
this, right?
Takes f5, and then all of a sudden here after bishop c4, rook f8, e5, knight e6, knight d3, bishop e7. That was the final moment we saw this position, and you were kind of suggesting the nice strategical move h5.
Yes.
Just get rid of the weakness, also box black's queen in. I almost wanted to say to isolate the f5 weakness, but actually that weakness is kind of there anyway. White did not lose a tempo for this strategically important move. After knight e3, Arjun immediately said, no, you didn't play, you didn't listen to Lawrence, you should have. Now I'm gonna go h5, but White wanted to prove the reason why I was not afraid of h5, because I'm getting extra tempis and I will be able to make good use of it. So a4, grabbing space, b3, b6, knight d5, played, hitting that bishop. The bishop moves away. Now suddenly White gets bishop a3 tempo, and that's why I love to see the game from the beginning. Yeah, that from the start, then we get the feeling for what really happened. And the move c5 on the board. Clearly, if black gets time to play bishop b7 and knight c7, it's fine. But something tells me, not just the bar, but something tells me that White should be able to come up with a good idea here. Let's think about it together. Lawrence, you were saying you still believe in black or not?
Still I do, because, and I guess the reason I'm saying I believe in black here is because if I saw a clear route for white here, I would probably believe in white. But I don't really see the follow-up for white here. That's where I'm struggling.
Well, the knight on d3 is of course misplaced. Yeah, if that knight would be on e3, then we would agree immediately that with this amazing control of the d5 square, white is doing extremely well. Now, yeah, white probably needs a special move.
I think, let me tell you what he's going to play. He's going to play the move pawn to c3.
Will he, yeah?
Yeah, and after bishop b7, he's going to go b4. He's going to go for it. I think that this is... I know it looks loose. You can put it on the board, Peter, if you want.
Let's put it.
c3, bishop b7, b4. How ridiculous is this as a concept? Because
you want to break, yeah? But then a, b, c, b, you open up the black rook from a8,
yes. There, I thought, do we not have... I thought we had some intermezzo there, but maybe we don't. Some bishop, I don't know, bishop b3, let's say. I mean, it looks a little bit... I'm trying to find a way...
Yes, I understand.
Or even things start to get a bit wild, actually, here.
It is. It is. Maybe I'm not even taking the pawn. Yeah, so A, B, C, B, because the A4 pawn is saying maybe I just stick to the original plan of knight c7.
But then I might play knight takes b6.
Knight b... yes, of course.
And there's knight takes d7s. And
in fact, knight c7 is never a threat because of the hanging b6 pawn.
And you would have to go king a7, but you can't now because of the rook on a1.
Yeah, that's...
I think that this is a very legitimate way to play. It's very messy, and I'm not sure it should work, but if we don't play this, what else do we play?
Interesting. Definitely a concept.
Can we cheat?
No, not yet.
No?
Not yet. Wait a second. So let me try to find... White played the move queen h2. I'm not loving this move.
No.
Giving up. He played the move queen h2. Let me put it on the board. The computer hates it. Yes, somehow it guards the f4 pawn, but if white has to think about guarding something, that's completely wrong. Now Arjun will be very happy. We'll blitz out the move bishop b7. The bishop belongs there. I just want to put it back and for 1 second, because we see the level bar claiming, I was thinking about some queen g1, knight takes c5 idea, sacrificing the piece, but the bishop on d8 protects the king quite nicely. I don't quite believe in it.
There's one other move. And you're going to say, after I tell you this, you're going to say you should be in there.
Okay.
playing.
Okay.
Knight c1.
What?
Knight
c1, just regrouping beautifully, yeah?
Yeah.
Just beautifully regrouping. Bishop b7, knight e2.
c2.
And the knight gets to c3. High five.
Do you like it?
High five.
You happy with that?
Lawrence.
You like that one?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
You like it?
And the engine loves it. Look at the we did not even have to turn on the engine. We see the Eval bar agreeing that the knight gets to c3. Beautiful Tigran Petrosyan kind of regrouping. Lawrence.
I'm sorry.
Where
Look,
have you been hiding?
Okay, listen. I've got to tell you the truth. The reason I'm in the commentary, because I said to Sven, actually, I'll play the tournament. He said, no, we can't have you winning the tournament because it will ruin all of our plans to have some random IM in Vegas. Just, can you do the commentary? I said, okay.
That's how
That's
you
why
ended
I'm
up here in the room. Okay, wow. Well, you proved it. Knight c1, stunner.
You like it?
I love moves like this. They're just wonderful.
It might be the move. Now,
It
can we
might be
just
the-
check?
yes, now we
Can we
cheat.
check both?
Yes, now we cheat. So after c5, we turn on the engine, and we will see. Knight c1 first line, one more time. High five.
There you go.
Yes. Yeah, I love this kind of moves.
I
You know,
know.
people always
I know
love
you'd
attacking
appreciate
moves, sacrifices, checkmate, whatever, but this is the soul of the game. Nicely regrouping the pieces. Knight c1.
By the way, it doesn't hate c3. It probably, it's its third line. If we can just look at the c3 line, because I want to see c3, bishop b7. Now, let's just say we do go b4 here. I'm just very curious if this works or not.
No, this one computer didn't. Wow, but okay, actually this knight d6 move is completely insane. Yeah, because we saw the evil bar.
Wow, look at
yes.
this. I mean, this move is...
It's also beautiful. Just to highlight, yeah, how beautiful chess is and freestyle chess. Just before we were praising knight c1, beautiful regroupment, and now we talk about tactics. And knight e8 to d6, the impossible move comes to life. E takes d6 and queen d4.
But Arjun would find this.
Arjun would find,
he would find
yes,
this.
absolutely, yeah. Maybe like in 5 seconds, but
Yeah.
for everyone else, it's extremely tricky. The pieces are too exposed. Black will get back the piece and the activity, and then
That's too
suddenly
much,
also the
yeah.
weakness of White's king.
Yeah.
Just what a beauty. But I still love knight c1 more.
Thank you very much.
It's more
very
high class.
I know.
Yes.
You're a classy guy.
Yeah, wow. Okay, insane. Yeah, chess is just insane. It's fantastic.
All right. Well, that's very cool. But what White has done in the game, he's starting to lose his way. And this is the other thing that tends to happen with, weaker, quote unquote, weaker players. Christian Kohler, he's 22-20. He's 500 points lower, 550 points lower than Arjun. Queen h2, rook f2, way too passive. Way too... the queen on h2 is a really pathetic piece as a defender. You can easily run into some tactics here as well. There's g3 out of nowhere sometimes, and this is just bad. And Arjun's going to feel very happy here about how this has all transpired, and he's going to start taking over now. I don't know the best way to do that, because you still have to be very... I mean, for example, the move knight d4 now for black. Oh no, I'm running into knight takes c5, am I?
Yeah, and also it's the knight that is already developed, yeah? So I somehow feel like, okay, the knights should just sit on e6.
Yeah.
Maybe your plan of king a7 protecting the pawn on b6 and then knight 8 c7.
But then after king a7, then I'm really tempted about knight c1 because I come to b5 with check.
But it's slow, yeah?
It's
because
very
knight
slow.
c1 already knight c7 comes.
Yeah.
But yes, also after king a7, black can never castle anymore.
Exactly.
On the other hand, I don't really see, because the rook from g8 already moved to f8, so black can never evacuate his king to the king side, and I don't see the appeal king a7 on the board. Yeah, common sense prevails. The king protects the b6 pawn. Black is setting up the move knight e8 to c7, challenging that knight on d5. And if that knight on d5 disappears, then we will be only seeing problems for white.
Yeah, this is just not not the way to go, unfortunately.
Wow, but how lucky and how good timing we had, yeah? That we came exactly at the moment where there was this incredible knight c1 discovery.
Absolutely.
Plus, thanks to the computer, we discovered this stunning knight d6 tactic as well. Amazing stuff. Now probably have seen enough of this game.
Yeah,
We
let's
can-
move on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can move on, and probably some other brilliances are waiting for us. So what about Fabiano Caruana? Let's
Of
see
course.
Fabiano on board 4. Of course, he had the game with the white
had the
pieces in that lovely
Yes.
structure, but now black has sacrificed the pawn. Is this so easy? That's my question to you. Is this so easy now? White is a pawn up, but there is this b3 square. Let me just highlight it. That somewhere some bishop b3, white's king side is weak, and white can actually only castle, but also castle, does it bring us so much happiness?
Well, I fail to believe that Fabiano will be unhappy here.
But he was probably much more happy before.
Somehow, maybe, yes, but
Somehow he rushed.
he's kind of in quite deep thought, so there's probably something here that's bothering him. I mean, black is active. Black has, you know, for example, let's just say black plays rook g2 here as a move.
Well, yes, okay.
The idea being that sometimes you want to put the queen on g8, let's say, and start, you know, you're threatening some checks, and then bishop b3 check is, you know, if you're very lazy here as white, you can actually get in trouble. And after rook g2, bishop f3, you have rook h2. It's not actually straightforward, this position.
You know what I would like
Go
to
on.
suggest?
Yes.
Not to go back all the way to the start, because we are already
Yes. Let's just,
on move 20,
Yeah.
but I would like to go back to the position where we have seen this. You remember bishop d2, and I was saying that there is no way that a super grandmaster could have this position from the black pieces. And the reason why I'm highlighting this, that Carlos Hauser with 22-19 came up with a move to which I would love to give double exclamation mark, because he understands exactly that there is this weakness on g5. If white's knight lands on g5, just sits there alone, can win the game, because black has no counterplay. And he comes up with a genius idea. He goes knight h7 and sacrifices the pawn with g5. Isn't this fantastic?
I mean, it's very impressive.
Amazing kind
Wow,
of resource.
this is incredibly impressive. For you know, for Carlos rated 2200.
And look at this, the computer agrees. He loves it.
Amazing.
The computer, yeah, g5, and that's how we got this game changer. That suddenly after knight g5 takes, rook g8, and look at also the body language. And Carlos goes bishop b3, the move that I kind of highlighted,
But-
that this bishop b3 could be also very annoying.
And sorry, but I don't get it. After rook a3?
You can kick the bishop away immediately.
Yeah, there's no rook g1 check. I actually don't like bishop b3.
So maybe he got overexcited.
Yeah.
However, after rook a3, you can never castle. So then you are stuck. Okay, rook a3, we just go back with the bishop to e6. And
mean,
after
if-
king c2, we played the same that you mentioned, rook g2, followed by queen g8, which was also a lovely touch, this queen g8 that you mentioned.
I mean, if he's provoking rook a3, I mean, we're talking about they say Donald Trump plays 4D chess, but maybe this is the real 4D chess. I mean, bishop b3 to provoke rook a3 to go bishop e6.
But also look at the excitement on Carlos's body language. Yeah, he senses that, wait a second, I'm playing Fabiano Caruana, the number 2 player of the last decade. Yeah, because Fabi with all his achievements has earned it. By the way, Hans-Walter Schmidt has finished his game.
He lost.
I feel that he lost, yes.
Yeah.
The body language tells it, and also the king's position, yeah. Looks like white's king is on d4. Well, we will maybe later get a chance to quickly check it out. Yeah, Fabi goes rook a3. Fabi cannot tolerate that bishop for too long. Now black will move back with the bishop to e6. And you know what, if you play rook a1, I'm not going to repeat, because I'm claiming you lost the right to
Of
castle.
course.
Yes. And the move bishop
this
e6.
is-
Who
this
is
is this
Mr.
guy?
Carlos Hauser?
Who is this guy?
Incredible.
Okay, so what do you think the objective evaluation of this position is?
Well, I kind of agree. We see the evil bar shows like equal. It's dynamic equality, and I perfectly understand it. Yeah, black has this counterplay with rook g2. The bishop on e6 is wonderful. White's bishops
You also have the move h4 here, and rook g3 as an idea as black.
is also Well, talking about upsets, well,
No, surely not.
No, not just because of the position, the body language as well. I feel like this combination is magical. Carlos is the person who can help you out, Lawrence.
Okay, now let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk brass tacks.
You are so much more experienced in this
Let's
type of
talk
talks.
brass tacks. Give me a percentage or a fraction. What do you rate Carlos's chances of not losing this position? Not losing.
Because he plays against Fabi. That's
like right now,
a-
what do you think his chances of not losing are?
Well, actually, I would give him 10%.
10%. That's what I was thinking.
I
yeah.
give him
I think
10%.
I think he survives this 1 in 10 times. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Good. Exactly the number I was thinking of.
Well, but if it would not be Fabi, for example, a 2400 player,
Yes.
I would say that 50% for
50%.
black. Yes. So just because of Fabi, and we believe in Fabi, I think whoever believes in Fabi is correct. But right now, actually, I'm stunned with this knight h7, g5.
Unbelievable.
Also, bishop b3, rook a3, bishop e6, just coming back, and this seating posture signals confidence, like, okay, show me the money, show me, Fabi, what you're going to do. And this is horror for Fabiano. He played the Paris tournament. He took 3rd place, but definitely burned tremendous amount of energy. Yeah, the tournament just finished 2 days ago. Even Magnus Carlsen, the fittest chess player on the planet, was revealing that 9 days or 8 days of freestyle chess are brutal. And then suddenly Fabiano is in a tricky situation, and it's also not so easy to stabilize. How do you get everything under control?
Well, I don't know the answer to that, but what I do know is I know Fabiano quite well for obvious reasons, and I think he will find a way. But I can also see the frustration, like I can feel it. He's annoyed that we saw him walking over to the Magnus board before, and he's probably annoyed that Magnus finished in an hour, and Fabi is still here grinding away.
I also feel that one could immediately give extra 200 rating points to Carlos for knight h7 g5. This is a 2400
easily.
Level the minimum. No?
Oh my goodness! Yeah, this is. I just don't know what you're supposed to do here as white. You can't play d4 because black can just take the queen on h8 does a job.
Well, he will play the move king c2.
Yeah.
Yes, on the board. King c2. And now the question, how do we react to h4? Probably bishop e1. That's kind of a nice move that we have. Otherwise, I would be already very nervous for white. But after h4, I think we have this bishop e1. Move eyeing the h4
Then rook
pawn.
g2?
Then rook g2, however, yes. Okay, so no, bishop e1, rook g2, in fact, is already very dangerous territory. But then what do we do after h4? Wait a second. Fabi, what are you doing to us? After h4, this is getting out of control.
Rook g3 is just a very serious threat.
So, for example, let's just suppose white ignores this. White plays rook a1, rook g3, queen h6. I just wanted to illustrate that is something like a queen trade okay for us, or but
Looks losing, yeah.
even here I'm
Just
worried
look
of
straight
just
up
queen
losing.
g8 with
No, just go takes rook g2, wins immediately.
wins even.
Yeah, because you can't. Well, you can play king d2. You're quite lucky. King d1, rook g1 check.
Yes, no, I have king d2, I have rook e1, I have 2 moves, but
Okay, but then bishop takes h3, for
bishop
example.
h3, yes. So, and king
And
is
king e3,
already
rook
rook
g3
g3,
check.
king f2, rook
And
g2.
bishop g2 and h3, h2. It's finito.
Yeah, well, it's very tricky. We are, and this is again also Carlos leans into the position, also signaling that he senses that, wait a second, Lawrence told everyone that there will be an upset on the top 20 boards. He listens to it. He senses the whole tension and everything. And
You're going to be surprised because when we come back tomorrow, there will be not just one upset, but there will be, I'm going to say it right now,
think so, yeah?
I think there's going to be 2 upsets on the top 20 boards. 2.
Well,
I'm not saying a win, I'm saying a draw, maybe.
Yeah, draw is a big upset already.
Big
I mean,
upset.
in freestyle chess, there is no way of, thanks to the opening, forcing a draw, yeah, which
Correct.
basically would not really count. Yeah, if somebody just forces a draw based on some opening and
There we
h4
go.
on the board.
Beauty.
So 16 minutes, that's the only problem. Rook a1 played.
Okay.
Okay, so the moves that we talked about appear on the board. I think that if Carlos would get 20 extra minutes, everything would be fine. However, he's down to 16 minutes. That's the problem. Fabi has to put pressure on the clock. That's how
I
you
think
can
this is how
force him.
Fabi's going to play. He's going to go rook g3, and then he's going to play queen c5. And the idea is that when you take on h3, there's rook f1. If you take with the rook, there's rook f1, and rook f8 check suddenly is a very big threat.
So queen c5.
I think he wants to get active. I think Fabi is a bit fed up, and he
Yeah, of course. And after bishop takes h3, you go rook h1.
this move I hadn't looked at just yet. If rook h1 threatens, rook takes h3.
Yeah, but then I play king b8. Yeah, just simple.
yes.
I don't know. Maybe I might even play bishop g2. I might be even ambitious. You highlighted before, yeah, that bishop g2 and then you push the rook g3 on the board. We might be seeing it. Okay.
I think Fabi's going to go active here. That's my impression. Maybe queen f2 actually
Queen
has,
f2 is also a move,
has
yeah.
some merit because
Just some stability.
yes.
Yeah? And then do we go for a rook trade with rook g1? Try to eliminate that rook, but then black will support the rook with the queen. Somewhere like queen g7 or queen g8.
Yeah, in all of these lines, the queen has done nothing, right,
Yes.
for black, and he's still holding. So imagine when the queen gets involved. Okay, I've got to know, Peter. I've got to know. We've just got to do it. It's 9:30 at night. I need to know the objective truth of this position.
So should I
Yeah,
turn
put
on
it
the
on.
engine?
I know we're not doing it much, but I've just got to
And
know.
queen f2 played by Fabi. Yeah,
Okay.
that's a solid move.
Yeah.
Let's see what the engine
Oh
has
my
to tell
God.
us. Well, queen f2 was the second best move.
Yeah, he's never trading queens here, but black is better. Wow. Okay, if he finds knight d8, I'm going home. If he
Okay,
plays,
knight d8 is direct ban, yeah, disqualification.
yeah,
knight d8 is impossible.
If knight d8 is played now, I'm leaving tonight. I'm serious.
Of course, yes.
There's no way. There's just no way knight d8 is. If knight d8 is planned, I want this guy. I want the Secret Service sent in, not just.
Well, we had CIA level stuff in.
Well, apparently we have CI level,
in
but
Paris.
I want James Bond in the
yeah,
building.
James Bond is needed.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. If
After
98, if he
98.
plays 98 in 2 minutes, I want to see 007, because it's not possible. By the way, if he plays B6, I also want to see James Bond. Also, if he plays any of these moves, Queen E8, I mean, what kind of move is this?
Yes, so now let's try to understand what happens if someone plays the humor move bishop takes h3,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because we stop rook f1, everything. And another move is queen g8. Queen g8 is
Queen J is very natural.
is
Very
also
natural.
sympathetic. Yeah,
Yes.
setting up bishop b3 check,
natural.
also supporting any idea with rook g2. For some reason, the computer does not even mention the two most obvious human moves, queen g8 and bishop takes h3. So first, let's just take a look. Bishop takes h3. What happens? Rook h1 will follow, yeah,
Yes.
because this is the difference that now
Yes.
after bishop g2 there is queen take g3.
Correct.
Let's just put it on the board. Bishop g2, queen take g3, and white wins. Bishop h1,
H3.
queen h3
Cute.
wins the bishop. So that's why Fabi played the move queen f2, relying on this line that bishop h3, rook h1 is a possibility, threatening rook takes h3. And now the point is that after king b8, actually white has this very powerful bishop f1,
Yeah.
setting up bishop takes f1, queen takes g3.
But is that the end of the game? If I take?
Yes, I think so, because also
Yeah,
with bishop
yeah.
e3, I'm covering
Yeah.
everything, yeah. So takes,
Yeah.
and then the bishop moves to e3. Thank you very much. So what a big finesse by Fabi, queen f2. I think
Okay.
that Carlos, if he plays in the spirit that he has shown so far,
Yes.
then he goes queen g8.
Okay, put Queen G8 on the board, because this looks like the most obvious move.
Yes. So you will play rook f1. I don't really see any other move
Yeah.
for white. Yeah, you play the move rook f1, and now it's the big question that do I include bishop b3 check, But then if I include, I can probably never take on h3 anymore because I will be too loose on the diagonal. Yeah, so what about taking, for example, not taking with the bishop also makes sense. No, this is a very human way of playing. Queen f8 check is, according to computer, a must, also logical. However, here, this is very difficult to see from distance that actually you have to play knight d8. This is a key move to keep the balance. And the line is takes, rook g1 just to finish this, then bishop d7 being a key move of this will not be played, and it's also slightly worse. Now white can try to squeeze this. Yeah, rook h4, bishop a4, b3, and we are having the pair of bishops. There is a weak pawn on e5. We have potential d4 break. All right, so queen f2, very well played by Fabi. The clock situation, 12 minutes 40 for Carlos. The clock is ticking.
If he plays knight d8, I'm leaving. Now, we do have another result, and we've been asked by, I don't know how many people are watching us. Perhaps we can get an update on that. But it looks as though chess's very own villain, Hans Niemann, has won already. That game is finished, so...
Yeah, on board 11, yes, he was playing.
Let's quickly have a look at that.
Yeah, that's a massacre. Okay, let's take a look. Well, that went to perfection, yeah? Just a second, we start here. It was also 1 g4. Yeah, so g4, g6, the thematic move. I think also Vincent reacted with g6, a very human approach. Opening up the queen, c3, trying to go d4, but yeah, Hans immediately stops d4. Perfect. Knight c2, knight e6, and from this moment on, it already looks like black has everything under control.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so just 3 moves, and black is clearly better. e3, c6, d4, d5, d takes d5, queen e5. Yeah, this is the idea that Magnus always likes. Yeah, activating the queen immediately. That's why he loves these g3, g4 moves. And yeah, from this moment on, this is a one-way show.
Yeah, just flick through the moves. So knight f2, bishop d7, h4. Okay,
yeah, castles as well also happened. Yeah, bringing all the pieces. And look at this, nothing really happened, but computer gives a +2.5 point advantage for black. Yeah, there is also the e4 square. Yeah, everything is horrible. Bishop g7, h5, queen b6. Black sets up now the final devastating attack against white's king. Knight a4. Rook b1, c5, with some d4 breaks, everything is coming.
Oh my goodness.
e4 takes.
Oh my goodness.
Bishop c6 spin. Knight d6
oh no.
Rook
oh
g8.
my goodness.
Yeah. Okay, white did not manage to develop, and let's just highlight black's pieces. Yeah, everything is at its maximum. What were the last moves? Yeah, and then bishop c1, knight takes c3. This is the point. That's why you have to play a nice strategical game. Then the tactic comes to you. Yeah, this is kind of my philosophy also, just believing in this, that you should not run after tactics. Wait for the tactic to come to you. And queen takes b2. Beautiful, lovely queen sacrifice, playing for the audience, playing for the gallery. Rook takes b2. Rook d1. Checkmate on the board.
Beautiful. That was about as easy a game as Hans is going to get this tournament. Andreas did not play that well at all. Looked like he was very inexperienced when it comes to...
Yeah, this c3, knight c2. C3, knight c2. Basically, this is a self-capitulation. Why do you create weaknesses for yourself? And against Hans or against any super grandmaster, you just can't play like this. You will get punished.
Correct. Now, we do have a graphic here on the screen for you of the participants. So this is what we've got. 240 in Freestyle Open A, 144 in Freestyle Open B, 56 in Freestyle Open C. In the main Grenke, we've got 870, 1180 in B, and 504 in C, totaling 2,996. We are 4 players short of the 3,000 mark. Now, I believe, you know, when you see a participant list, people drop out at the last minute. People perhaps couldn't come. Maybe some people will come tomorrow. I don't know. But 2,996, 4 players shy. I suggest we get in there, me, you.
Exactly,
we
because
get
it breaks my
and Leonard.
heart.
Yeah, with
Yes.
Satiris and Leonard, we'll just play a 4, me against Satiris, you against Leonard, and then we've got 3,000. And then we can say, we did it, guys. Who needs the commentary anyway? But it is nice to see, if you look at the breakdown of the freestyle tournament, of course, the majority of players still want to play classical chess, but look at that interest from not just Open A, but B and C in freestyle, in Chess 960. So it is gaining traction, it is gaining momentum.
Yes, 450 players, something like this.
450 players. 450 players. Brilliant. And of course, many of those might slide over to the Freestyle Open as well. So by the end, it'll be very interesting to see the total number of players.
Amazing.
Yes. Now, this might be actually another great moment, Peter, for us just to catch our breath. Because we are about, I would say, where are we? We're about 2/3 through the round, maybe something.
No, not yet. I think halfway. No?
Really?
Yes, yes.
Only.
Of course. The upsets are coming, no?
The upsets are coming. But what we're going to do is we're going to catch our breath. We're going to have a quick drink, and then we're going to come back. And then that's when the time trouble escapades will start. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. And we're going to see, are there going to be upsets in round 1? I still think there will be. Peter's not so sure. There's only one way to find out. See you in a few minutes.
think like any game can be interesting, yes. So obviously like the stronger opponent is like the more challenging the game is, yeah. Like so I would probably say that playing against a strong opponent is like more interesting.
An open tournament is more interesting because I rarely play it. Going to be very challenging, very difficult to win it. I mean, you need to win lots of games in order to fight for the top places. So, but that's why I came, because I haven't played Chess 960 in such a long time, and I'm very curious to see how it will go.
No, okay, I want to play against elite players, of course, and I will enjoy in my every game here. And yeah, it's too easy to play because you don't need a prepper to every game.
I think both is very nice. I mean, here we have kind of a Grand Swiss kind of tournament with so many strong players. So even though it's an open, it will be a very strong competition. So I like the combination of that. But of course, also elite events are always nice to play.
Both are very interesting and they have their own challenges. This is my first time to play freestyle in a classical time control format. If I play well, probably I play the top players at some point, and that's gonna be more challenging for sure. So as a first timer here, I really don't know what to expect, but I think there will be lots of exciting games.
Hello everybody and welcome back. This is the Grenke Chess Festival 2025, and well, we are at the business end of round one. I'm of course with the legendary Peter Lecko, and the big question of today, I always like to, the big question that we've been discussing is there going to be an upset in round one? Remember that there are two tournaments playing concurrently. We've got the Grenke Chess Festival classical portion, and we've got the Freestyle Open, which is Chess 960. We'll again remind you guys about how it all works a bit later on, but for the moment, we can see Fabiano Caruana playing against Carlos Hauser, outrating him by 550 points. And Carlos Hauser has played phenomenally well to get to a position where he is fighting, and perhaps even more so, Peter. At some point we did check, and the computer preferred Carlos's position. What has happened now? There's been a bit of a change.
Well, the move Queen E8 was played after Queen F2, after which Fabi was spending quite some time, some 10 minutes, and played this move Bishop G4, which is a desperate attempt of trying to eliminate that monster bishop on E6. Yeah, that monster bishop, and Carlos takes Bishop G4, is down to 5 minutes, so that's the problem. On the other hand, there are 30 seconds after each move as an increment. This gives stability. So Bishop H4, H-G, somehow the move Queen D7 would be tempting, but it's met by Queen F5. I think that's a very important kind of move for White, no?
Yes.
That whenever Queen D7, the check doesn't really help that much because Black plays Knight D8 and regroups the Knight. But I feel that Queen F5 is good news. If White is able to take queens and get out, then maybe the H4 pawn and the Knight on C6 is still far away from action. Yeah, so I somehow sense that Black should try to keep the queens on the board.
He should play King B8.
King B, exactly. Yeah. I wanted to ask you that. Do you think that Black has the time, the luxury to afford a move like this?
Well, the thing you have to just calculate is King B8, Rook F1, because then there's a Queen F8 potential trade. Oh no, but Rook F1, sorry. Oh, he took on G4.
He took on G4. Okay, it's possible. It's a simple move.
Yeah, it's possible.
After Queen F5 check, there is Queen D7, but this case now, obviously White is out of danger. Yeah, because this is what I talked about, that if we get an endgame and after Queen F5 check, Black is forced to play Queen D7, otherwise the Rook is lost, then I might be able to target this H4 pawn. I don't know exactly if I trade or not. Let's just highlight, okay, for example, Queen D7, King D7, Rook H1. Then good for Black that he's in time to play Knight E7, Knight G6. If that Knight lands on G6, protects the pawn on H4, that will be very good news for Black. So, okay, this Fabi should avoid. He has to come up with another plan. And he goes Rook H1 immediately, targeting the pawn, of course. Now you have to protect, and also the Rook is overloaded.
Yeah, rook takes g4 wasn't right, in my opinion. I don't think you...
Losing the momentum,
Yeah.
no?
But hold on, for just a split second here, a4 is hanging, right?
Yes, a4 is hanging. That was the idea behind queen e8.
But we can't... We've got no good jumps. 97... I mean, it doesn't feel natural, this move,
Yes, it feels wrong, yeah?
but... It feels wrong? No, it feels wrong, but... sometimes things that feel wrong can be right.
Yes, so you want to play knight e7.
Yeah.
You cover the f5 square,
Yes.
and that's the most important thing.
Yes.
Yeah, behind knight e7, and also eyeing the a4 pawn.
You know, I play
Knight e7 might be the move.
Okay, let's say you play, I think b3.
Yes, with heavy heart.
With a heavy
because
heart.
with b3 is certainly a move that weakens my construction. Then you can also land the knight on g6.
Precisely.
And queen f5, queen d7 is exactly what we talked about. Then black gets stability. Wow, so knight e7, a very important move for Carlos, we believe. He has to find it, otherwise he's in trouble. He has 3.5 minutes. Let's see how good nerves he has and how much he's familiar with the 30-second increment, yeah? That's a completely different kind of person. I know that I'm from the older generation where we got used to playing without seconds. I could never really adjust myself for these 30 seconds. I always felt like 30 seconds are my enemy, and it drove crazy that for my opponents it was their best friend. Yes. Carlos, come on, you played such a fantastic game. Knight h7, g5. No, he doesn't play knight e7, but he played the move king b8, I think. He played a classy move.
No,
But, okay, now he loses the pawn
no,
on
no,
h4.
no. It's so close. I'm so close. Look at what I want to do. King b8, rook takes h4, takes, knight d4 check.
cd4.
Queen a4. I'm so close to making this work. It's
So
not
close,
though.
but still
B3,
too far.
yeah,
B3,
where-
that's
yeah.
the problem.
Yeah, that's the
And queen a2 check, king d1, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Walking away.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I was close in
Yeah,
my
you
dreams.
wanted to secure your bet, yeah?
Yeah.
That, okay, give me give me a perpetual check, and then you are already on the safe side. King b8, yeah, now Fabi is just wondering, wait a second, what happens here? Why can't I just take on h4?
But how easy is it to press there? Because black is defending the only weakness. And white's king, I mean, this construction on the queen side isn't ideal. So let's say he goes takes. I don't know about, but you know, and let's just say b6, right, as an example. So takes b6. I put the king on b7, and I say, okay.
You sit.
I sit.
Yeah.
I sit.
But the problem is, yeah, with 3.5 minutes against Fabi will find ways to pose problems. Actually, queen g8 played, threatening queen a2. It's a lovely, it's a very clever move. If it works, it's great, but...
Why doesn't it work?
White can do something against queen a2.
No, this is a fantastic move.
It's a great move.
This is a fantastic move.
Carlitos.
You know, I watch a lot of tennis. I like tennis, and there's Carlos Alcaraz.
Of course, okay, he's brilliant.
And they call him Carlitos. But maybe this...
Queen f6, and look at this, yeah, and queen f8, queen c5, check, queen b5. Fabi is Fabi. Wow, sensational response, yeah? Poor Carlos, that was the reason why he gave up the pawn, because he lied on queen g8 that, wait a second, I'm coming in here, there is no way of protecting. And then Fabi comes up with, and Carlos cannot look at him. He cannot believe, who am I playing, a monster? Queen f8, king a7, queen c5, check. The king falls back to b8, and then white plays the move queen b5. White could also play the move queen c4, but I was not 100% sure if we want to trade queens on terms like this by it. Probably also we can do it. Maybe it's a very clever idea, and then we break with b4 anyway, and black's pawn on e5. Heartbreaking for Carlos.
I mean, just go back there one move. After queen takes h4, I mean, if I do play b6, how trivial is it to press there? It doesn't feel like
it's not easy at all.
I'm trying to think of a configuration where
I also haven't figured out a configuration that would really please my soul with white, because whenever I break with b4, d4, I will weaken the d4, the b4 squares,
And a4 is always
an issue, So poor Carlos actually fell victim of relying, and now he's going back to queen 8. He's trying to set up the b6, king b7
he can still do it, actually.
But will he be in time?
I think he is.
Tempo matters.
What did he
and
do?
bishop h6, and Fabi goes queen f8. There is no time for b6. Because the queen trade then, of course, helps white. White will just walk with his king all the way to f5.
Yeah.
Or support d4, b4, whatever, everything.
Or b3, c4, actually, for the king.
Yeah, also. Basically, after the queen trade, it's clear that it should be lost, which means that
king a7.
Black is forced to play king a7, but this does not feel nice.
It's okay. Queen f8, queen e6.
Yeah, king a7 has to be played.
Yeah. You just have to play this move.
But one can also sense that, Fabi knows that this was such a difficult game.
Yeah.
And he's pushing now on the clock. He doesn't want to give a breathing time for his opponent.
Just want to point out as well, thank you to everybody watching at the moment. We do really appreciate it. And remember, this is just day one. This is just round one. We've got the evening game. There are 2 rounds per day. So as of tomorrow, 10 o'clock Central European time.
Wait a second, forget everything. Carlos blundered his queen.
Oh my goodness.
Heartbreak, and he resigns.
Wow. That ended a lot faster than I thought.
Wow, but he deserves applause.
Yes.
I'm applauding. His knight h7, g5, and then also this bishop b3, bishop e6 move. Just the time pressure. He's not used to this ticking seconds and everything.
Indeed. Yeah, he played really well. I mean, that's a huge credit to him. But unfortunately, just to show the tactic, Peter, is that after you move the king, there is a discovered attack. Bishop e3 check, and you...
Yeah, we just need to wait for the board to appear. Also lovely to see the chat. Fabi is very relieved, clearly.
Yes. But...
And I think Fabi tells Carlos everything that he was worried about.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice always to get...
and now we can also show that, unfortunately for Carlos, in this moment after the move bishop h6, threatening queen f8 with a queen trade, Black had to play the move king a7. Instead, he tried to get active with queen h5. It looked like a good idea. Black is threatening queen e2, but suddenly there was queen h8 check, an unexpected check, and after king a7 there is bishop e3 check, and thanks to this intermediate move, white wins the queen and wins the game.
Yeah, fantastic effort by Carlos Hauser, though, pushing one of the best players in the world, former World Championship finalist, and...
This is very interesting. Look at this. Fabi sets up the classical position.
Yes.
In the other game, in Magnus's game, not just he, but also his opponent set up the freestyle position that they started with.
Interesting.
Yes. Look at this. You see? Queen on h1, Magnus's game. And we have noticed this already in Paris as well, that whenever Magnus finished his game, he set up the pieces from where they started. Just very funny.
That's very funny. I mean, Fabiano is just so used to playing classical, of course, that he sets it. It's almost like second nature for everybody still to put the classical position.
Well, but did you see how happy Fabi was? Yeah,
he
and
was
so
very
relieved.
Happy. Yeah, a lot of relief. Just to quickly go over the schedule again for all of you watching. Next round is 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, up bright and early. If you're watching this from the States, whew, you can either get up really early or you can just stay up all night. One of the two. 10 o'clock Central European time. This tournament is ideal for everybody in Asia, Middle East, Asia, because the 10 o'clock tournament, like if you're in Singapore, this is ideal.
But then what about the second game? And when it
That's
gets...
okay.
That's okay?
Well, 4 o'clock, like a lot of places are going to be like 10 o'clock at night, 11. It's okay.
It's okay.
Well,
yes.
it depends how late you go to bed. Anyway, 2 games a day, plenty of action. You will not want to miss it because we've already seen a lot of great action and it's only round 1. Now, how's my prediction going for one upset? So far, I think I'm... How many horses have I got left in the race?
Well, I think you just lost your biggest
My big horse.
Yes,
yeah?
the big horse, Carlos.
It fell at the hurdle.
Yes, no, it was
2 from the end.
Such a fantastic game, and I think Fabi still cannot understand that how quickly he got away with this.
Yes.
Yeah, because if Carlos plays b6, king b7, your suggestion,
yes,
then we would be sitting here till midnight or past midnight.
Oh my goodness!
With that endgame.
Thank goodness he didn't actually.
Carlos was thinking, that okay, do I want to play for myself or play for the tournament? Yeah.
Can we just scroll down the boards? I'm just very.
Yeah, where you want to go actually?
Well, I want to see a game which is a little bit more. Okay, so MVL 1, Yu Yang Yi 1. Hans 1, Wesley So 1, Jan Nepomniachtchi has 1. It does look as though all the top players...
Wait a second, look at this. Carlos still cannot be... He's still standing there next to his board. He feels that he had such a wonderful opportunity to cause an upset, play the game of his life.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like he played the game of his life, just he didn't get the reward for it.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah, it just looks as though the class is showing. I mean, is there anyone who's even...
Well, let's see Lanier, for example.
Okay, Lanier.
Let's see Lanier's game.
Okay. Yeah, but...
Also here, White got the better structure. But here we are talking about better structure, not about some winning position.
Yes.
But we have Aravindh on our camera and also Sasha Grischuk. Let us jump to Aravindh's game.
Yes. Wow, this is...
They are move number 12. This is freestyle. This is exactly freestyle chess at its best. We are almost reaching time trouble kind of territory, and it's move number 12. D4, D5 played.
Yeah, this is... they're going very slow. But it looks as though Aravindh is in control. I like this move, D5, somehow.
Yes. Let's even move it back to treasure the moment. Yeah, that White actually ignores the threat of knight takes a5 because it's not a threat. In fact, invites it. Please take it, D5. Somehow this move cuts the position in half, right?
Yeah, and the main idea is that, let's say the knight move. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, we take on B2 first, no?
No,
or you don't want to take?
I'm not.
But otherwise, we'll end up with a rook on G7.
But wait a second.
Or you want knight E5?
Well, I'm just trying to. I'm actually trying to calculate bishop takes b2, d takes c6.
But that is kind of that's kind of insane. Yeah, we have to.
I mean,
take a
just
look.
for a moment, it can't work somehow. Maybe just bishop takes c6.
But then there is knight b4. But the queen is protected from the knight on c7. So knight b4 would be the idea. Then bishop takes h1, and after knight takes a6, black can take back.
And you win.
That's a problem. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that doesn't work. So let's say the knight goes...
Bishop b2, knight d1 takes b2.
Correct.
And we get access to the b4 square.
Exactly.
Yeah, this knight goes there whenever that knight moves from c6.
And in fact, you get... Oh, no, sorry, not quite. But, you know, this reminds me, let's say you go knight e5 here. Right, knight b4.
Yeah, just very quickly after knight takes e5, White plays b4 and wins a piece. So that's impossible. So that's why you are suggesting the move knight to e5.
Yeah, and after knight b4, queen c8, h3, you've got this classic... Oh.
Well, I might have f4.
f4 immediately.
Yes.
I thought knight takes g4.
Rook takes g4, vamos.
Oh.
Knight c6 check. Somehow this is such a Paketovich that I cannot not do this.
7?
Yeah, then, okay.
Where is the win?
a6 check,
Knight a6.
for example. Knight a6, we have bishop takes b5
Knight
coming.
c7.
And okay, finally the queen is coming, yeah, queen f1.
Just queen f1, a6.
Bishop.
Oh, there's some knight takes e7 somewhere as well, but
yeah, also, yeah, there is also knight, because you cannot touch.
And then there's bishop c6
Bishop
check.
c6, yeah.
No, that's winning.
It just feels that this is crushing. Yeah, actually, black played the move knight d4, the most murky move, knight d4, just trying to create some mess, but
knight d4 looks totally losing to me.
Okay, knight b4 comes anyway, and then
knight b4, queen c8, queen e4.
Yeah, that was the problem. Yeah, otherwise knight d4 would have been a good idea, but this queen e4 just kills. The queen activates itself and puts pressure on the d4 knight.
Yeah, and e7, even e7 hanging is actually a big deal in some lines. Like for example, f5. You can probably just
pick it up, and then d6 is hanging as well.
Exactly.
Will be a pin.
No, it's over. It's over. There's no way that black survives this. No chance.
Yeah, so d5, we came at the right moment. Yeah, after d5, black in a lot of trouble, and a knight d4 played. I also like this, that Aravindh is not rushing. He has 32 minutes. His opponent is in a time trouble. He knows he's winning. Why to rush? Yeah, why not to take it slow? Make sure that you double check, you calculate lines. You are trying to find resources for your opponent. And then you checked everything. Yes, I'm happy. I'm going to go knight b4. Of course, knight b4 will happen in like 30 seconds.
Yeah. Maybe he's thinking about queen e4 first, also playable. You can just do it this way round.
And then to take queen e7, then the bishop on d7 is hanging. Yeah, that's
correct. That's why.
That's why he's taking his time. Yeah, nicely pointed out. Yeah, queen e4 threatens the knight and threatens the pawn on e7. In this case, the bishop would be hanging on d7.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's look at the Levon Aronian game, Peter, please.
Let's do that.
We saw it briefly before, but apparently, hold on a second. Hold on a second here.
What happened here? Matthias is fighting back against Levon. I could never do that. Matthias is doing something that I was never able.
Bishop b6 genius, giving up the bishop on h3 because there's rook c4. I get, but then knight e3 check. Sorry, let's.
Wow, wait a second. Also, you have some rook c4 pin like this as well.
No, but that's.
But then knight is
No. I'm obsessed.
You want perpetual check?
Yeah,
takes
I'm
rook
obsessed.
b7?
Yeah, I'm obsessed.
I'm very worried. Don't do this to me. And the queen on g8 is hanging, so I can't
you
even
can't
walk. Don't.
Wow.
Don't. Come on, Lev. Find the way. Find the way.
Let's just show, because people at home are probably like, what are they talking about?
Exactly. Look,
We're
h3.
saying, yes.
Takes on c7. King takes c7. Matthias must have spotted this incredible move. Rook takes b7. Otherwise, he can't play like this.
You have
the
to
rook
take.
is sacrificed. Take queen d7 check. King b8. Okay, or king e8 doesn't really matter. Okay, we play it like this. King b8. Now you can start taking the pawn. And what we were talking about, that black's typical reaction is trying to run away, but that runs into queen a8, picking up the queen. So, in fact, after rook h3, everything is forced.
Yes, and it's a draw.
So Levon cannot capture, but if he is not capturing the bishop,
it's a draw.
Well, because then otherwise he loses.
He just loses.
Wow, but wait a second. How did this happen at all? Just to understand.
Oh,
look at this. Computer was highlighting black was completely winning. Exchange up. And also white's king is loose. And
I mean, if you gave this position to Peter Lecco 10 minutes ago and said Levon Aronian against Matthias Bach, you can what do you think the odds of Matthias Bach holding here?
Zero.
You would have said 0%.
Zero. Absolutely
0%.
0%. Absolutely
Wow.
0%. Well, why are you shocked? Would
well,
you
it's
not?
just losing. Yeah,
yes,
I
exactly.
agree.
You would not, everybody would think like this. And then, but this is chess.
So where was?
But he's down to 1 minute on the clock. That was the reason why probably also Levon got careless. He was just thinking, okay, I'm gonna win by hand.
Rook takes g3 looks like. Oh, queen d8 was the big blunder.
Yeah, but queen takes h5, queen g8, thinking like everything, and then suddenly queen f5 check, king d8, bishop b6, the stunner.
Wow, this is just stunning.
Can black, because knowing that white has only 1 minute on the clock,
Yeah.
can black somehow find an alternative move to rook takes h3, which we have just discovered that then the stunning rook sacrifice forces perpetual check. Levon Aronian, the big maestro, the player who is so brilliant with initiative, so creative, gets careless, and suddenly Matthias jumps right in there with bishop b6. How on earth are we fighting?
I don't see it. Because the other thing is this, right, is that let's just say it was white's move. The simple bishop takes g4 is also just good enough.
Is a big threat.
Yeah, and rook c4. An end of game. You just lose.
Yes. No, it's...
No. I think
it's horrible. There is even no alternative for black. We will cheat now. We will turn on engine just to check. Yes, apart of rook takes h3, everything, well, f6 is just bad. Everything else is borderline lost for black.
That's it.
So to the horror of Levon, he might have to take on h3. This is horrible news for Levon. Imagine the family of Matthias Bach watching the broadcast, rooting for him, already being very happy that Matthias gets the chance to face a legend like Levon Aronian, and then he's even, and yeah, Levon takes on h3. Let's see, all eyes on Matthias. Will he find the rook sacrifice that guarantees him a perpetual check?
Of course he will. Don't go rook c4. No!
Oh no!
No!
Oh,
Knight e3 check.
No, it's not a check, but we are losing.
Oh, it's not a check.
Yeah, it's not a check.
It loses immediately. I thought it was a check.
But we are losing our minds already. But wait a second. Maybe rook c4. We
Maybe
talked
it's still
about
okay.
it. It's possible.
G6. Queen g6. Bad.
And Levon gets up from his chair playing the psychological games. I know what I'm doing. In fact, rook c4 was a good move. We just got carried away with the perpetual check. You want to win your bet so desperately, I feel. All your heart,
He
all
could
your
have
energy.
done, I mean,
yes.
it was right there. Because now, listen, this is the problem is this, right? Even though white might be better, he's going to lose. And the reason he's going to lose is because Levon can muddy the waters. He's got 55 seconds. Yes, you take on c7, king e7, but then to even see the next move.
Well, also the question, do you trade now queens or not? Yeah, because you can trade queens, queen g3, fg, and rook takes c7, but he goes bishop takes c7. I thought like this is maybe tempting, takes, rook c7, and then rook takes b7, the bishop from b6 protects the g1 square, then go b4, b5. It was a very dangerous, tricky line.
Yes.
Yeah, so bishop takes c7, king e7 on the board. This happened. This is live action. Queen c8 will be played. Matthias is fighting for a win. He thinks like, guys, forget about draw.
No.
I have a fight against, but Levon runs away with the king.
Yeah.
King f6
This is the problem.
played.
Matthias didn't see this move. I don't think, to be honest. And now you have to take on d6.
Yeah, because black is threatening to evacuate his king to g7. So bishop takes d6, and then will we see king g5? Yeah, bishop d6 blitzed out.
Yeah, king g5 is a Levon move. You know.
Just run, and then king f4 and hide behind enemy lines, or f6.
Yeah.
Imagine king f4, knight to e3, and then finally rook h2, queen g2, and you are the one targeting white's king. What a game! And it's just heating up.
This is good. There is a lot of game left here. There is a lot of game.
Absolutely, yeah. One could argue, but king g7, I'm not happy because this queen f8, rook c8 kind of ideas are just too worrisome. I think Levon's style is to go.
Yeah. But Levon is probably a bit annoyed. Well, actually, he should be very annoyed because he had a dominating position just a few moves ago. Now he's in this dogfight. The problem is, listen, Levon is going to win this game. You heard it here first. I'm telling you now, Levon Aronian is going to win this game. I don't know how. I don't know when. But he is going to win the game. And the reason he's going to win the game is because he's Levon Aronian. And he is really good in these messes at creating counterplay and creating dynamic chances. The white king is still open. The knight can jump eventually. He's going to find a construction where he's got some sort of safety. The kings are safe from checks. And then he's going to do something. And then he's going to win. And
can you just imagine a white little pawn on c2?
Oh.
What it would do to your position,
$1
right?
million that
Yes,
pawn is worth.
Exactly.
Oh.
That's how I feel.
$1 million pawn on c2. Honestly, if you could maybe, hey, here's a new variant, talking about variants. You can buy a piece.
One time per
One
game.
time purchase, and the money goes to the prize fund. And each piece has got a different value. A pawn is $10 or something. And you can just put it on the board at any moment.
Yeah, that's... okay, that's somehow this Bach house type of feeling.
Bach, it's like Bug House on acid.
Wow, but okay, what a turn of events. Yeah, and
incredible.
What a game. I'm really feeling sorry for Levon that he's in such a huge trouble. And he goes king g7. That's surprising. Yeah. Exactly.
But maybe queen f8, king h7 he wants.
Yeah, and then rook c8, he just plays queen g7. Yeah, and plays the endgame. Yeah, queen f8 blitzed out.
King h7.
King h7. But there are also rook c7 ideas.
And
I don't know exactly.
Rook f3.
We are in some Paketovich, yeah?
Yeah, but this is Levon. He just finds the defense here. Rook c7, rook f3. What's the big problem?
Okay, but you can't really move, yeah? Maybe I take on b7. Do I have the time?
Yeah, then the knight's going to come. And then
but then e5 pawn is... Let's just put it on the board, yeah? But we are talking about after rook c7, because it has a direct threat on the f7 pawn, and another one is clearly rook c8. After rook c8, black plays queen g7, offers the trade of queens. We are not entirely happy. Then, of course, we should have trade on g6 and played this rook takes c7, rook takes b7 idea. So Matthias is going for an attack. And then rook c7 feels much more logical. Let me just put it on the board that what happens after rook c7, rook f3, and if white just picks up the pawn on b7, do we have the chance to do that?
Yeah, and then the knight's going to come to e3.
And I cannot pick up the e5 pawn because of queen g2 check. That's what you are saying. But who checkmates whom? Oh no, you have knight c4 check.
Oh my God,
this
that's
is
beautiful.
so easy to miss. King b2, king a3 and knight c4 check. And there is the pin, and then knight takes e5 is... But Matthias is about to make a move, so let me go back to live action, king h7. Wow, that's a line which is very easy to miss. Yeah.
He played it good.
Rook c7.
Rook f3 will be played instantly here.
Protecting enough ability. Insane, it's just impossible. If you have played the move rook c7, then you won't play rook c8 here, but according to computer, this is a very strong move.
Impossible.
But this is very unlikely.
Impossible. It's not even a
candidate move at this point. Yeah, exactly.
He's going to take on b7. There's no other move.
Yeah, he will take on b7.
He will take on b7.
Yeah, he takes, and knight e3, and all eyes on that position then, because
he will play knight e3.
Well, he will think first, of course, because it's not so easy to calculate all these things, but yeah, we are kind of positive that Levon will play knight e3. You don't want to include rook f2 check king a3, because clearly that feels like it's in white's interest to hide that king.
Knight e3, bishop takes e5.
And then queen g2 wins. Yeah, that's brutal.
Incredible.
That's a brutal move. And let's just show one more time with arrows. So knight e3, and then bishop takes e5, which is so tempting because it sets up the mating threat with queen h8, but is countered then all of a sudden with queen to g2 check. The king has to run forward, king a3, and then the knight e3 to c4 check, using the pin, and then after king b4, black can simply capture back with the knight to e5, and it protects the weakness, yeah, the knights, the jumping knights.
The jumping jacks. Oh, we've got a result. Who's that? Is that Arjun won? Okay, Arjun won.
Yeah.
Arjun has won.
Ever since that knight c1 was missed, the brilliant Lawrence, yeah, knight c1. I don't know. This knight c1 I will never forget in my life. This knight c1 had such an impact on me. But yeah, now all eyes on Matthias and Levon. I'm pretty sure that Levon in 30 seconds will play knight e3. He wants to push on Matthias's clock. He's down to 51 seconds.
Yeah, but he's really probably angry with himself. Like, he's probably asking himself, how am I in this position? Wasn't I just winning a few moves ago? Wasn't I dominating? And now I'm having to think? That's not fair. He doesn't want to have to think at this hour.
And actually, he is extremely lucky that he's in the situation that he is right now. Yeah, just a couple of moves ago, first of all, Matthias could have forced the draw, which maybe he didn't see or he did not want. We don't know. We are just speculating. But also there was this queen trade, and then the rook takes c7, and what I told you, this endgame looked actually very dangerous for black.
Okay. Can we just have a very quick look to see what other games are still running from the top?
No, not really. Levon is about to make a move. Knight e3. All eyes here. This is the game of the round. Yes, exactly. Before it was Fabi's game against Carlos, but now it's all about Matthias against Levon. Knight e3. He has to play now the move rook b8. Actually, after picking up the b7 pawn, there is a certain logic behind going towards an endgame, right?
Yes. But he has to see that after rook b8, queen g2, he can put the king on a3, and after knight c2, importantly there... rook b8, rook f2, I beg your pardon.
Yes. No, I mean, rook b8, queen g2 check is very critical for the practical value of the line,
yes.
Yeah? And the clock is ticking 6 seconds. Matthias has to make a move.
No!
Oh, no! He takes bishop e5. He falls for the trick.
No.
And look at this. Levon knows it. Thank you very much. I'm back in the game.
No.
I'm gonna win.
No.
Heartbreak. Heartbreak. But it was so tempting just to pick this pawn up and threaten checkmate, but it will be punished.
Yeah. As they say, chess is all about the guy who makes the last mistake.
Yes, there is this famous saying, yeah, Levon blitzes out the move queen g2, and after king a3, we will be seeing knight c4 check.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, white tries to run, but cannot hide. Knight c4 check.
Aye.
And look at poor Matthias.
Yeah.
He just realized that, oh no, knight takes e5 is coming. He blundered the move knight c4, the pin along the third rank. That's what wins the game for Levon.
Shaking his head, yeah. He knows. Oh, and that fit, you know, I haven't played a game in ages, but that feeling of when you've blown it. Oh, there's no, honestly, I mean, perhaps you can tell as well, Peter, because you've played for the highest stakes in the world, but that moment when you know you've made a critical error, it can haunt you for weeks, months after.
Yeah, for your life.
For your life.
Exactly.
I mean, we think of, I mean, I guess the clear ones are maybe Bronstein, you know, who else? I mean, there must be tons of examples in history of just a one-move blunder that has basically completely changed your life. I mean, I know you yourself have suffered.
Yes, I lost to Topalov in Linares, in Moreira Linares, the penultimate round.
Yes.
After some 6.5 marathon fight, I was holding everything. I already saw the drawish move, but I thought like I can make another draw, and then I blundered, and that's the handshake. And Matthias feels that I had you on the ropes. insane. But it's nice to see that he's able to smile.
Yeah. He's smiling, but
deep inside,
it's you don't get a chance to either beat or draw against one of the greatest players in the world.
Look at Levon smiling. That, oh my God, how lucky I got! I got away with this scare.
And Levon obviously very gracious in defeat, as he always not in defeat, but gracious in gracious in his
they are showing sympathy to his opponent.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I understood what you mean. And imagine if Levon goes on to win the tournament.
There you go.
There was this moment, everybody will pinpoint that, wait a second, the first round, it could have been an upset there.
Huge stroke of luck for Levon Aronian.
And he can't stop smiling. Yeah, everybody is looking around, but Matthias says, wait a second, please sign something else as well. Sign my copy of the score sheet. Very nice.
Yeah. Okay, Levon Aronian survives a big scare.
I think Levon is now in the state of mind that please give me 100 chessboards, I will sign any of it. I'm just so happy and relieved. Look at Frederick is also smiling. Frederick Svanne, actually he is on a meteoric rise. He's 26-80 or something like this. The last two individual European Championship he took medal. In both of them, he's now the clear number one in Germany.
That's incredible.
He shared now the first place with Bluebaum. Matthias Bluebaum and Frederick Svanne took first place.
I mean, I just say about 2 or 3 years.
Let me even find the game.
About 2 or 3 years ago, I played Frederick in a closed Grandmaster tournament. He wasn't even a Grandmaster. He was an IM, and he was about 25, something like this. We're only talking about 2 or 3 years ago. So he's gone up 150 points in 2 years or something like that. And I should have beaten him, of course. And he swindled me.
Well, you know, I had a training camp with the German national team in September 2023. And before I didn't know Fred, I knew the name, but I didn't know him personally and like this. The way he acted and reacted to the training, I sensed there that he will be a 2700 player. I sensed it right there because he was so furious of himself. Whenever he was making a mistake, I was giving extremely difficult positions to them, almost impossible to solve. And he had also this really hunger, you know, to find everything. He has the work ethic. He's a very aggressive player, by the way, very energetic. He is uncompromising. It's really lovely to see that. A part of Vincent, there is now another young player, and he's the same age with Vincent. Yeah, they are both 20 years old, and he's very close now towards 2700. It's 2680 or something like that.
Well, here's a question for you, because obviously Rasmus is his brother, who also got to 2650, 2640 at his peak, I think.
Yeah, he's a rock solid player.
Rock solid.
Impossible to beat, kind of. But it's also incredible that the same family brothers, and they have completely different playing styles.
So here's a trivia question for you, because you know I love my trivia questions.
Yes.
Are they the strongest brothers of all time in chess?
Well, before the Fanforest brothers were very good. Yeah, I mean they still are, but now.
Yeah, but
now they are taking over. Frederick and Rasmus taking over.
Yeah, but I'm saying like, okay, Jordan reached 2700, but. Lucas only reached 2550.
I expected him to reach 2600, but also there the chemistry changed. I think they were like, there was a rivalry.
Yeah.
It was so nice to see suddenly Lucas being the second of Jordan, supporting him in Vaikanze.
Yes.
And he came up with many interesting Berlin defense preparations. Suddenly Jordan was playing the Berlin defense from the black side. In a wonderful fashion prepared by Lucas. Yeah, I just love this. The same applies to Rasmus and Frederick. I think now also Rasmus is there for Frederick to support him because he feels that there's something really big happening there.
Indeed. Yeah, great play. Yeah, and as I say, they might be the strongest brothers. Why don't you write in the chat and let me know if I'm right or if I'm missing an obvious candidate for the best ever brothers to play chess as an average rating. We're talking about Frederick and Rasmus. Probably their average rating now is about 26.
Yeah, but wait a second. Sisters counts or not?
No, I'm just talking about brothers.
Okay.
Sisters, we all know.
Because otherwise, Judith and Susan and
Sisters-
Sophia, yeah, that would be...
Sisters, we know. I'm talking about brothers exclusively. The Shigalko brothers.
Shigalko brothers, yes, also extremely solid.
Close, that'll
Where
be
Sergei
close.
was like 2680 also.
Yeah, but...
And Andre 2620.
Yeah, so it's very close.
Very close, yes. Absolutely correct.
Prag and Vachier-Lagrave is brother and sister, so that doesn't count. I'm talking about exclusively brothers.
But the chat is active. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Fantastic.
Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah,
And
by the way, okay, because if you want to go to another board, I see that Frederick is completely winning. So
yeah, let's go somewhere else.
We can just go somewhere else. It was very nice to use the chance to talk about Frederick because he's the clear number 2 player now in Germany. And Matthias Blubbaum is also there fighting for the second, just became European champion. So a lot of happenings in the German chess circle. Very nice to see this. So what else?
Let's go down. Let's just see if there's a Shakria 1, Wesley So is 1, Jan Nepomniachtchi is 1. Let's keep on going.
Yeah, but we only have camera for the top 9 boards.
Yeah, I just want
but
to
what
see.
about Lanier?
Okay,
Maybe
let's
we
look
can.
at Lanier.
Let's see Lanier, because he is doing a strategical masterpiece. He's squeezing his opponent out to Lanier's style. But now we see Aravindh on our camera. We know that he had the winning position before. We can just very quickly jump to Aravindh's game just to see where is Aravindh thinking.
Wow.
Wow, actually, Black reached an endgame, but still it looks horrible because of the pin. Will he be able to survive the pin? Knight b4 seems to be a winning move, followed by c3.
How is this game? How did he not play? What happened there?
Well, actually, this queen e4 happened that we talked about.
e5.
And then e5, yeah. There was this en passant.
Yeah.
Takes, knight b4, and that's how we reached the endgame, which is kind of also winning endgame. Bishop g2 check,
Yes.
bishop c6. Takes, all these rates happened.
Yes.
Actually, everything is approved by computer, so probably Aravindh very carefully calculated all these things.
Yes.
Knight d5, and due to this devastating pin, that's the problem. Knight ed4, and now we reach the current position. This is on the board. Live action. Do we go knight b4, or can we find even a stronger move? You think there is a stronger move, or this is good enough?
Well, knight b4 just threatens c3, right?
Yes. The prosaic, simple move.
No, I think he's just going to do that. Why make your life difficult?
Yeah.
Knight b4, c3.
It fits.
And off you go. It should be said, of course, that we do have the Open tournament. And Wanda Liang is playing. Now, I think we have in the other tab, Peter, we can actually look at Wanda's position from a classical game.
Wow,
Very
okay.
quickly. We can do that. Or not.
Not so easy.
Not so easy. We will get it up. So just so while we've got the big picture, we've got there a Wanda Liang, the young American superstar, who hands down has got the best name for a chess player of all time, because he's a wonder. He's rated 2692. And
yeah, he had a fantastic US championship, I think.
He did.
Yes.
And it's a wonder he's not 2700 yet. No, I know people have made this. I've tried to make this joke more curious. Yeah, and it's a wonder, as our producer says, it's a wonder that he's not 2700 yet. He will be 2700, still extremely young. I believe he was part of the Kasparov foundation, actually.
Exactly, I think so.
Alumni, yeah.
Yeah, we should give huge credit to Gary, yeah, that he is supporting U.S. chess, all these youngsters. Whenever I look at Sam Sevian, for example, yeah, also it comes to mind, yeah, that he was also into this business. I do remember when Sam Sevian shocked Wesley So in one of the U.S. championships when
I do.
He was 15 years old in some Meran
I do.
or something. It was insane.
I do. Yeah.
But okay, here we are seeing a wonder, and let's try to understand the position, because this came from a classical chess position, but it feels quite complex. White has sacrificed an exchange. White has good compensation. What do you make of this? Yeah, there we go. That's the current position. Look, AB8 just played.
Intuitively, it feels very bad for white to me, but...
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, what, you like white here?
Okay, I just wanted to highlight this knight on f5.
Yeah.
It's worth gold, but what about the knight on f4, right? This is what you are saying.
Yeah, and also, like, just what are we doing against rook take these pawns?
Exactly. This is the problem. If white would somehow be able to stabilize the queen side, then I would give the argument that thanks to this lovely knight on f5 and the pawn structure d5, e4, the bishop on c5, and black's vulnerable pawn structure, there would be something to talk about. But you beautifully highlighted that white is not in time. What do we do against rook b2?
Maybe you can play bishop a3 here.
Yeah, but it's very passive. Then you're going to hit me with bishop f8, no?
I'm not sure, because...
Not sure.
Because suddenly then at least the king is... There's a little, like, I have a half a window.
No.
I do.
Nothing.
Trust me.
The white king will get checkmated first.
Listen, trust me. I got this. All right. You
All
ready?
Right. Okay. I'm ready.
Happy?
I'm ready.
Don't be shocked.
I'm all ears.
Queen g3.
Okay, good. Lovely. But, I mean, e4 pawn is hanging.
I know.
There are so many things happening.
I know.
By the way, I also have some rook b6, rook g6, just if I want to, be super professional. Of course, I'm not going to do that. But
well, you might have to, actually.
No. Okay, first of all, what happens if I'm falling into your trap? Okay,
let me just take on g5. I'm just curious.
So I take rook takes b2, check.
King 8. I don't even have a square. No, I no, I do. G1 is... No, I don't. Rook G8.
You don't have a square,
okay, it's complete
King H1,
nonsense.
Queen takes e4, checkmate, yeah. That's what we worry, yeah, that somehow white's king, now that black is in time to activate the rook a b8 was a game changer. If you look at this position and if you think like maybe black will capture the pawn, then one has the feeling, wait a second, I get time, I'm happy. I don't know, then probably, for example, bishop a3 also setting up the bishop c4 idea, trapping the queen. But Aravindh, of course, not going pawn hunting. He activates the pieces. The position is all about activity. And the problem is that if b3 comes, then queen takes a2 check happens, and everything falls apart. If white plays a3, then rook takes b2, and we can't play the move rook c2 because the queen is covering the c2 square. We just can't, and queen d2 is impossible due to queen takes e4. What a special construction.
It's actually completely incredible that white has got precisely no moves to defend the queen side here.
Yeah, how unfair, yeah, because otherwise, sacrifice of exchange, one could have argued that Sergei Munshi with 21-17 actually plays according to spirit. Yeah, lovely exchange sacrifice, good structure, everything, but there is no stabilizing move.
No. Okay. Well, look, it looks as though a wonder is going to come through there. Let's perhaps go back to the main event and see if we've had any updates.
Wow. Don't tell me. Aravindh is just enjoying his position. He says, guys, I don't want to win this position immediately because it's so beautiful. And he traps the knight. He's trying to trap the knight. Look at this. After knight e4, he played the move rook e1.
Yes.
And black just can't do anything. So black opened up the 7th rank by playing f5. And Aravindh just calmly playing the move g5.
Yeah. He just
total domination.
King b2, c3.
King a7.
Yeah, now king b2.
Yeah, we are expecting king b2, c3, tapping the knight in the middle of the board. So there is only f4, knight f5 escape route, but then also knight b6 will win the exchange, or yeah, it's just everything falls apart. So for example, king b2, f4, c3, knight f5, knight b6, just an illustration that that's how white will also win huge material.
Yeah. Nothing much more to discuss here.
Yeah, king b2 on the board, played by Aravindh.
Yeah. And Hendrik Müller is...
State of shock.
Well, I'm not sure if I think he's in full realization mode. That
Yes. No, I say that what happened, he's in a shock that...
Yes.
Because I haven't really seen in chess that you are in this spin, seemingly there is nothing immediate happening, you trade the queens, seemingly you kind of survive the worst,
yes,
and there is just no way, no amount of time that helps you to get out of.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Now there's a really nice... White can actually take on b4.
But look at d1. Aravindh,
this is like,
actually, Aravindh has this incredible sense of harmony.
Yeah. Yes.
I noticed this. Yeah, this is one of his main strengths, that he has this vision. He is not in any rush, and he always finds the best possible moves. For him, just a good move is never good enough.
Yep. This one is going to end swiftly. White's pieces are just beautifully coordinated, and black's pieces are not. Yeah, there's just knight takes b4 is a winning threat. Knight b6 is a winning threat. Okay, he goes rook b8.
Yeah, rook b8.
Yeah, this looks like the only move actually. And now, what is the cleanest route to victory here?
Yeah, trying to understand that what was the reason why Aravindh felt like, okay, I'm not going to simply win with knight b4, c3, yeah, but I will just play for total domination. Where is the final killer? Suddenly it seems like black more or less stabilized, no? So there should be some special reason why Aravindh felt like I can do this.
No, I actually think he missed this. Is his ear pierced? Is that an earring?
Yes.
Oh, it suits him. Look at that. Here's a question. How many top 20 players have got their ears pierced?
Well, Svidler had the moment,
Peter,
I think.
of course.
Peter, yes.
How could I forget my boy P. Svidi? For years he wore that.
Yeah, but back in the old days.
Back in the 2000s. I remember seeing him come to the 4NCL in Birmingham.
Or it was end of 90s, somewhere like
90s,
this.
2000s.
Yes.
He used to come to the 4NCL with this, swag, this earring, and he played these gorgeous open Sicilians from the white side. I remember how good he was in these open Sicilians.
Yeah, he was amazing. Well, actually, I have to say that ever since the lineups are announced, that who are the players who signed up, I was searching for his name. I really wanted Peter to be part of this event, because I felt like freestyle suits him also so brilliantly.
Of course it does.
I remember that back in the day, in 2001, I managed to win that very close match against Mickey.
Yes.
Michael Adams, and then in 2003 I lost to Svidler the match, also in a very close battle. Mm-hmm. And in my mind, Svidler is an absolute giant in freestyle.
Huge.
He would have been one of my dark horses.
Actually, yes.
If he would have been here.
Let's do that. Let's do it very quick, because I think Aravindh has underestimated this move. This is an excellent resource by Hendrik. I want to hear your dark horse for this tournament, okay? So the dark horse conditions are outside of the top 10. Top 15.
Top 15, outside of top 15. Well,
yeah, we might need to look at the list of players.
Actually, there are so many brilliant players, that I have seen on the list. There could be dark horses.
There could be a million dark horses.
Yes. I mean, what about Sergei Movsesyan?
Why not? Why not? No, he won't. I think he's...
Because his physical... these double rounds...
The double rounds. So I think the dark horse has to be young. And has to be, one of these creative young players.
With a lot of energy.
With a lot of energy. Basically, the 2 rounds a day is going to kill the chances for the older generation, in my opinion. I think by round 7, it gets very hard already. The Sunday morning or Monday morning, right? It's very hard already after some hard fights. I need to see a list. Oh,
yeah, I also need to see a list. Yeah.
Can we get a list? I'm gonna ask the producer to put. Yeah, I want a list of from outside of the top 15.
Yeah, but also outside of for example, Vincent is now officially only number 25 or number 26 on the world ranking, but I don't think that in freestyle event we can call him a dark horse.
No, he's not.
After winning Weissenhaus.
Exactly.
So
he's definitely not a dark
That's why I'm kind of trying to think of players who haven't participated yet in the Grand Slam event, right? Because those are also having
What about somebody like Donchenko?
Alex, yeah?
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not,
Why not?
Anybody can just have their day.
Yeah, Frederick, we talked about Frederick Swane. He is in fantastic shape. He has the physical condition.
Exactly.
He has this incredible run. He has the home crowd cheering for him.
I think really in order to win this tournament, you have to 3 things. You have to be in very good physical shape. You have to be very creative, and most importantly, you have to get very lucky.
Well, without luck, it's impossible.
It's impossible.
Even for Magnus Carlsen.
Look at Levon Aronian today.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
But also Magnus, he will need this moment of luck.
Yes.
You have a difficult moment, and then somehow, just like against Abdusatulov, and then after all, he beat Fabiano in the semifinal in a brilliant way, and also that game. Actually, to me, so far, the game between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, the first game of the final in Paris, was the best freestyle game that I have seen because of the back and forth.
Yes.
It was not a one-sided affair, because many times in freestyle what we have noticed that it's much easier to be the attacker who has the initiative because we don't know yet the defensive resources. And there Hikaru was able to fight back with this d5, bishop e6. So many things. That was a fantastic battle.
Oh.
You are getting information?
I'm getting information.
Oh, wow, Niklas Huschenbett, of course, Niklas. We have been commenting together with Judith and Niklas throughout Weissenhaus already. We had Niklas last year as well in Weissenhaus together with Tanya. He could be. He has the energy. He has the determination. He has the ambition.
But maybe.
But the problem is he lost way too much energy commenting for 8 days in Paris.
Exactly.
It's not easy. I feel completely exhausted.
Yes.
I'm very excited. I feel like, I have all the adrenaline going, but it was 8 days of heavy commenting as well.
Yeah, I think that...
wow, actually we are getting the information that maybe Niklas is in some kind of a trouble.
Let's check.
Wow, let's check it out.
Niklas is in trouble. Who is he playing?
Yeah, well, he is, I think, 26 something.
Tom Quilter is here. Of course he is. There he is.
And there we go.
Number 43.
Philip Germer. But why is he in a trouble? Okay, he is a piece down. He has 2 pawns. He has some compensation. And clockwise, he's fine. 8 minutes versus 2 minutes. Enough compensation, or I'm just biased because I'm such a huge Niklas fan. What is your feeling?
If I get the eyelash out of my eye, I'll be able to look at the position. Manage to get an eyelash in there. 8 minutes versus 2 minutes. 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 8 minutes versus 2 min Playing chess one-eyed is... Have you tried it? Like,
no, but blindfolded, yes.
Yeah, it's actually much easier to play blindfold than with one eye.
Yes.
Excuse me, while I get this eyelash out of my eye somehow.
Is this enough compensation?
No.
No.
Is my initial thoughts. No.
There is rook d7 defense. Yeah, that's the problem. So white would love to invade with rook f7, but black has this stunning resource, rook d7, and the last move was actually, well, okay, the last move was easy, but what happened here? So actually, okay, white had the upper hand, white had the initiative, then he got carried away with...
No, he missed this. He missed knight h6.
Oof, yeah. He missed. He thought like he has all the time in the world and he will just succeed by protecting. And all of a sudden, knight a6, what a cold shower, rook h8 is threatening to trap the queen. And then he was forced to give up a piece, knight f4, rook h8, knight takes g6, sacrifice. So the sacrifice came out of necessity.
Correct.
Now we know this. Takes, knight f8 also feels like a very good move. Kicking that monster queen away, queen e4, takes, knight g8. That's how we reach this position.
Well, I'll tell you something. If Nicholas loses, I think his credibility is over as a commentator, as an author. And I'm gonna call Jan Henrik. I'm gonna say, listen, get him off the tour. I'll come in and
well, but the point
we'll
was
make things right.
that he is now in some problem because of the blunder. It was not because he played the game badly.
Fair enough.
And for a commentator, for one mistake should be allowed.
Okay, we let him off. I like Nicholas. Okay, Nicholas, you can keep your job, buddy.
Yes.
You can keep your job. He looks good in a suit as well. You know, he looks good and professional. He's in good shape.
Absolutely, a fantastic partner to have.
Good guy. All right. Yeah.
But yeah, he's in some kind of trouble.
It's weird. It's a weird one. I don't think he's going to lose. That's my impression. I don't think he's going to lose. But
winning will be difficult.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he wins, but maybe he just goes coffee house style here somehow. Try and think of the way to do it.
But, you know, I'm also thinking about this, that Philip Germer, just 21-29, but when he was given the chance, then he immediately jumped on with knight h6.
Okay, I know the move he's going to play. You ready?
Bishop e1?
Correct.
Yes. Okay, if you already asked me, Peter, are you ready? Then it has to be bishop e1. I'm also preparing for you, yeah, that...
100% bishop e1.
What you might be thinking of. Yeah, so we see now the camera angle that many games have already finished, but still a lot of games are in progress. Yeah, and there we see Nicholas Huschenbeth on board number 26 or 28, because there is the 27 sign. He's next to it, or it's a completely
No, I think it's
different.
like 40.
Yeah, exactly, because yeah, it jumps.
Did he go bishop e1? Not yet. Okay, players down to their last minutes. We are in the official sort of time scramble moment. The game, we are... What time did this start? We're 4 hours into the round now. So this is when things start to get a little bit hectic. But...
and Nicholas in a state of shock. He made a move. I think he made a move. He played bishop c2. So he's setting up, opening up the way for the knight to jump to e4. Maybe it can land on f6. Maybe can put pressure on the d6 pawn. And he has not forgotten about the idea of transferring the bishop to g3.
I still think he's going to win, actually. I'm changing my mind.
You think there's enough dynamic in the position?
Well, do you know what it is? I think it's just very difficult to suggest moves for black. I think black's move... Okay, he plays knight e6.
He activates the knight.
But for I'll give you an example, right? Like, you can play rook f7 here. Maybe.
Rook f7, rook d7.
And g6.
But then you give the f6, h6 squares for my knight. Then I can jump out with the knight on h6. That would ease my job, I think, for black.
But then there's a d5, no? I'm trying to trick you. So
really, yes, some move pair move business, yeah.
Yeah, rook f7.
Okay, let's make then the move.
Yeah, rook d7, g6.
G6. Okay, knight h6.
Oh, you want to go knight h6 first?
Yes, kicking the rook away.
I'm sorry. Okay, but now, and if I go d5 here? I know this is very anti-positional.
Yeah, but okay, I take it and then I jump with the knight to c5. I will just never touch this rook. Yeah, for example, you take, I jump away.
b4? I mean, this is really desperate now. But I'm reaching. But actually,
yeah, because okay, but the rook is also hanging on f7 at some point.
Yes.
Yeah, I will not take it. I will take it when it hurts you the most. Yeah, but I'm just highlighting. But there was a move. So wait a second. After knight e6, d5 happened instantly, which I don't like, and black answered it with knight c7.
Wow, that's passive.
Well, but okay, he just moves away. Somehow d4, d5 don't like, because suddenly black has this lovely e5 square for the bishop.
Maybe he will lose.
Clock sitter, and here the 30 seconds increment comes so handy.
We're just getting some feedback about the strongest brothers of all time in chess, and somebody has replied in chat, Peter Lecco and Peter Svidler, the Peter brothers. You might have to add a few more Peters in there.
Well, I met Peter in 1990 already. Yeah, so I know him for a very long time, so it might count.
Might do. Yeah.
35 years.
Are you is there any other very strong Peter in chess? Peter?
No, I don't really.
No? There must be another strong Peter somewhere.
Okay, Peter Wells.
Peter Wells, of course.
A good Breyer specialist, a lovely opening expert. He was the second of Mickey Adams in many of the events in Linares, I remember. And he outplayed me in Breyer in the 90s, in the 93 in Hungary. Outclassed me.
He spent some time in Hungary, didn't he, Peter, at some point?
In the beginning of 90s. But yeah, d5, knight c7 on the board. Nicholas in trouble.
Yes.
I'm not happy to announce this. Yeah, rook f7 played. Will we see rook take g7 sacrifice after rook d7 and then knight e4 setting up bishop c3? Is there a possibility for this? No?
I think Nicholas hates giving away his pieces. If he can
but he loves the initiative. He's a player who loves the initiative. And we see the results done there. Yeah, Carlsen, Hilleman 1-0, Schmidt,
bishop e5, good move.
0-1. Yeah, bishop e5, not allowing white to sacrifice. White might have given up the rook. Bishop e5, a super solid move.
Yeah, this is not what Nicholas had in mind. Peter Heine Nielsen.
Of course.
Oh my God.
But it's PH, yeah, in our minds.
I know, but
of course. Another brilliant theoretician. So are Peters theoreticians, or what is this?
I think, yeah.
Could easily be.
Theoreticians, just great people. Apart from Peter Heine. Let's leave it. No, I'm only joking. I'm only joking. I like to Josh. I love Peter. He might be here, actually. Is he here?
He was in Paris.
He's probably here.
I don't know if he... Yeah, could easily be here.
He's probably backstage now.
He loves to play golf.
Does he?
Yes, and also I have noticed that Magnus is carrying all the golf bag with the rackets and everything. I met him in the elevator in Paris.
Magnus is getting into his golf. He's spending too much time with billionaires. That's what happens. Yeah, he likes his golf, apparently, Magnus now. Doesn't surprise me at all. Rory just won the Masters. Rory McIlroy.
I'm not into golf. No? Yeah.
Well, Rory McIlroy, who's from Northern Ireland, just won the Masters, and he's one of only 6 players ever to complete the career Grand Slam in golf. So it's all the majors in golf. Won.
Really, yes?
It's not like tennis where a few players have won all the Grand Slams. Actually, maybe there aren't that many. But
because, I only know Tiger Woods, yeah?
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, Tiger's one of those players. And then there's a few others, older players. But to win all of the majors in golf because winning a major in golf is much more difficult, I think, than winning something in tennis, because there are just so many more players, and golf has got much higher variance. Because in tennis you're playing against one opponent, whereas in golf you're playing against a field of 150 players or something like that. Anyway, so Rory McIlroy has.
So Magnus is trying to challenge him in the future.
He'll probably play Rory McIlroy next week in somewhere in Florida. That's the end of the game. I think Aravindh probably has won his game.
Yes. Looking at the player signing the score sheet, I cannot think of any other result.
Yeah.
Let me bring back that game. Yes, it is checkmate. In fact, Rook F8 checkmate happened.
Yeah. Looks like nobody out of the top 20 is holding. There were chances, though. There were chances.
There were chances.
There really were chances.
I almost got heart attacks twice.
I mean, Matthias Bach had a draw in his hand.
In his hand, yes. And also Carlos played this fantastic game against Fabi, not getting rewarded. But that's the point, that you have to play so many good moves against the strong players, that the resistance, the resilience and everything, you at some point you crack as a weaker player, no matter how well you played.
That is the difference, is that resilience and there's two things as stronger players. So stronger players are more resilient. But really, what it comes down to a lot of these weaker players can navigate positions quite well, and they know more or less where to put the pieces. But the key difference is the conversion of opportunities, actually. Converting an advantage, converting a chance, seeing a resource. It's all of these things that separate people in their levels. And the top players very, very seldomly miss a chance.
Well, look at this, because we see Sasha Grischuk on our camera. Yeah. He has 2 queens on the board.
Yes.
Already. I just find the game.
And actually, that's it.
And his opponent loses on time, but the game is completely lost. Look at this. Black has 2 queens, queen on e1 and queen on e4.
Yeah, queen c2 check, rook takes a forward.
Yeah, also queen f2 picking
queen
up
F2,
the c5 rook. Yeah, rook takes a4. What?
Rook takes it, whatever.
Yes, so basically white lost on time at the right moment before getting checkmated. Professional. Okay, so we are also very happy for Sasha Grischuk to see him in action, to see him here at this fantastic event, and to be fighting. We know that whenever he plays, he has this tremendous ambition.
Yes.
Yeah, he's always fighting for first place.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, Peter, we are actually going to bring today's broadcast to a close. All of the top boards, the camera games have been completed. No upsets. No upsets. As far as I can see, all went to plan at the very top. Now, there may be some minor upsets as we go down, which we will see tomorrow in the pairings. But for now, it's 11 o'clock at night. It's been a long day. A lot of people have traveled very far to get here, myself included. So we are going to sign off for the evening, but fear not, because tomorrow morning, already at 10 o'clock Central European time, we have got round 2. And as Peter Lecco mentioned before, it may already be a crucial round tomorrow. We may already be getting Magnus Carlsen versus a very strong IM or a good grandmaster. You know, they're going to be very, very close games, and I can promise you tomorrow it will not be 20-0 to the top players. There will be some sort of upsets along the way. So make sure you join us in the morning, 10 o'clock Central European time. Thanks to everybody watching. Thanks for everybody in chat for communicating, interacting with us. And we've got a beautiful weekend of chess ahead of us. Remember to follow everybody on the socials and to check out the interviews, the likes of Fiona and what she's doing. And that's it. We're off. See you tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning. time to go to bed. I'm tired. See you.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in New York. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?